Good afternoon. The time now is 4:33. I would like to start the City Council successor agency to the Westminster Development Agency regular meeting for May 10, 2023. Call to order. May I ask Assistant City Clerk go ahead and roll call, please.
Yes. Mayor Nguyen?
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Here.
Councilwoman Van West?
Here.
Councilmember Monzo?
I'm here.
And Councilmember Ho?
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Is there any oral communication today?
Yes,
Sign
Mayor,
up.
we have 2 speakers. So if anybody else would like to speak, you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Mayor, if I may, there's 2 items,
Yes.
just for the record, there's 2 items on the closed session. One is a conference with legal counsel for an anticipated litigation. The second is a public employee performance evaluation, city attorney. Thank you.
Thank you.
So our first speaker is Terry Raines.
Hello. Item 2 is the performance evaluation of City Attorney Bettenhausen. Again, the 4th time in just 18 months. I like Christian as a person, but the serious issues with his performance cannot be ignored any longer. Instead of owning his mistakes, he has become overtly defensive and dishonest, 2 intolerable traits for a city attorney. A letter dated November 5th, 2021 from Stephen Schreiber, Senior Deputy DA, Special Prosecutions Unit, memorialized a telephone conversation between Christian and then Chief Assistant DA Sean Nelson, during which he advised Nelson the city hired a private firm to investigate the Liberty Park transaction, which led to the DA stating they would not investigate the matter unless the city's investigation revealed evidence of criminal wrongdoing. A private investigator cannot subpoena people or documents, whereas the DA or OC grand jury can. The results of the city's investigation should not be the trigger for the DA to investigate this matter. State law was violated and residents were robbed, and Christian, Dick Jones, and Jones and Mayer are criminally and civilly liable. Cole Huber LLP was contracted by Jones and Mayer for the Liberty Park investigation, which is problematic. We are currently researching allegations that this firm may have defended Jones and Mayer for shady practices in the past. Another serious issue is Christian providing personal legal advice and drafting a personal demand letter for Councilmember West and then billing the city for it, which constitutes illegal use of or gift of public resources. If this was truly a legal matter, the work product, i.e. the demand letter, would have been issued on official city or Jones and Mayer letterhead, and it was not. He also allowed Mayor Nguyen to violate Government Code 8314 and our municipal code to campaign on the steps of City Hall. Christian promotes and defends Councilmember West at the expense of the mayor, other council members, senior staff, the public, and the city's reputation. His behavior on the dais with Amy is abhorrent. They giggle, whisper, share notes and images, and ignore speakers. Christian even left one meeting to get Amy coffee. Unfriggin' believable. Christian does not pay close attention in meetings now, and at times, when called upon, can't even respond because he's too busy flirting with Amy like a little schoolboy. Christian lacks consistency and is grossly biased concerning public and council comments, what is not allowed during meetings, public records requests, and more. He bends over for certain council members trying to save his job, but it will eventually cost him his job and maybe even his license to practice law. He refuses to back our city manager, even when he knows damn good and well that she is right. He provides incorrect legal advice and is often ill-prepared, and I can only imagine the issues related to closed sessions, which I'm not privy to. There are many material errors on agenda descriptions, staff reports, resolutions, and ordinances. Very sloppy work for an attorney. I only have 3 minutes, but trust me, I could speak for an hour regarding the poor performance and ethics of our city attorney. In the past, I have convinced council members to not fire Christian and Jones and Mayer. No more. Do what you need to do. Regardless, the more serious issues will be brought before higher authorities, i.e. the DA, AG, FPPC, State Bar, who knows, maybe even the FBI. Thank you.
Okay. Next speaker is Camilla Overbeek.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is Christian's 4th evaluation in just 18 months. I will say now what I said before his evaluation on 12/8/2021 and again on 1/12/2022. It has become glaringly clear that Jones and Mayer, but specifically Christian, need to be removed. Let's run through a quick summary of issues with Christian in recent months. October 13th, 2021, Councilmember Ho brought forth an item regarding the sale of of parcel of Liberty Park on consent calendar. Mr. Bettenhausen stated, "It would be of great concern if that happened." Once he was informed by a resident that he actually played a part, his stance drastically changed. Following that meeting and the direction the council had given him, I reiterated to Christian just how unethical it was that he or his firm were involved since they were implicated. November 9th, 2022, Mr. Bettenhausen displayed a lack of ethics and failure to adhere to law by allowing then Councilmember Ty Doe to veer so far off topic of a public hearing item that the item no longer resembled what had been noticed. I sent an email to the city expressing my concerns, and it went unanswered until I received a text message at 9:54 a.m. on November 30th, 2022, stating that this individual and Christian would like to speak with me and inquired on a time. Later that afternoon, Mr. Bettenhausen, another employee from the city, and myself were on a conference call, and I expressed my concerns with Attorney Bettenhausen's failure to follow proper protocol, and he even agreed that he should have stopped it. On tonight's agenda, item 6.1, there are typos and blatant omission of a cover letter that has been posted by Councilmember West. Talk about lack of transparency. A recurring theme is also Mr. Bettenhausen's disruption of council meetings with sidebar conversations with Councilmember West. These not-so-quiet conversations are disruptive not only to the public, but to other council members.
Can you hold on for a minute, please? This is closed session item, so we are talking about the closed session item only, right?
Yes, we are. We're talking about his evaluation, so thank you very much, Charlie.
No, you're talking about the item that
No, I'm
Amy
talking-
West.
But this has to do with his performance.
Okay, then go on.
Again and again, Christian seems to only do what is best for himself in the moment and fails to keep the city's best interests at the forefront. As taxpayers, we pay him and his firm far too much to settle for subpar, inadequate representation. As of late, Mr. Bettenhausen has thrown precedent out the window and allowed for one member of this council to dictate how things run. Residents of this city have watched on in horror as he disregards legitimate concerns from the public as well as the city manager and other city staff. Christian, why are you so willing to put your very degree and the reputation you work so hard for on the line? Where is your integrity? As for this council, I do hope that you will come back with a vote of no confidence in our city attorney. We cannot afford to have his ego, lack of ethics, or missing backbone lead us down paths of litigation. At the end of the day, we as residents of Westminster are the ones who wind up paying for his careless, needless, and costly mistakes.
Mayor, I have no additional speakers.
Thank you very much. I would like to close oral communication, and we would like to recess for a closed session. Thank you. Good evening. The time now is 6:07. I'd like to reconvene the City Council's successful agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting. Call to order. Assistant Madam Clerk, please take the roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Here.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Here.
Councilmember Monzo,
I'm here.
and Councilmember Ho.
Here.
All members of the council present.
Thank you very much. Salute to flag, Councilmember Ho, and invocation today is by Councilmember West. Please stand.
Stand. Hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing.
Please join me in prayer. Dear Lord, we just thank you so much for today that you allow us to come together to share our concerns and to do city business. I pray that you bless our meeting today, that you would just give us the wisdom as the council to do what's right and to do what's good for the people of the city of Westminster and also the businesses in our city and also for the staff that work in our city. And Lord, we just thank you so much for your goodness today. And we pray that you bless this time. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Councilmember Ho and Councilmember West, for the salute to the flag and invocation. Next is City Attorney closed session report, please.
There were 2 items on the closed session agenda concerning item number 1, anticipated litigation. There was discussion and direction given. Nothing to report.
And concerning item number 2, there was discussion, also nothing to report, no action taken.
Thank you very much. Next is exporte communication. Is there anything from the council? Hearing none, so moving on. May I ask for Assistant City Clerk report, Madam?
I have nothing to report.
Okay, thank you. Next is City Manager report, please.
I definitely have stuff to report.
All
Thank
right.
you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and everyone in the community. So to celebrate National Public Works Week from May 21st to the 27th, we will have the 2nd annual Public Works Open House on Saturday, May 20th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. So come on by, learn about the services we provide in the Public Works Department. We will have community booths, demonstrations, youth activities, oil and e-waste collections, music, food, and drinks. The Corp Yard is located at 14381 Olive Street. That's at the corner of Olive and Maple. So we look forward to seeing everyone there this year. It's going to be on a Saturday, so hope to see everyone there. Community Services and Recreation, we've got a few things going on. Summer camps are now open for registration, so fill up your child summer activities with fun activities by signing them for one of the many summer camps that we have being offered. Camps will start as early as June 12th. And we will have a lot of fun camps, from building skyscrapers with Legos to becoming a flag football champ, or even joining a superhero sport camp. So for more information on that, contact the Community Services and Recreation Department. And then, of course, Sigler Park, which is a highlight of many youth in our community, many summers, or for every summer, will be opening back up for the summer starting on Memorial Day weekend. And, come check it out. And we've got some new features that were just installed, so there's been some renovation that's been done. And of course, you can always rent it out for private parties. So for more information, on the splash pad and summer camps, the phone number is 714-895-2860. And of course, our police department. So the California Peace Officers Memorial Ceremonies that have been conducted in the state capitol since 1977, and it's a ceremony that honors the officers who have fallen in the line of duty the preceding year, recognizing the sacrifice of those loved and left behind. And so our PD Honor Guard understands it's important to those that have left, and we recognize that these officers did not die in vain. And so our Honor Guard will go and participate in this event every year. So every year since Officer Steve Phillips was killed in 2004, our Honor Guard has participated in the Peace Officer Memorial Ceremony in Sacramento, and we are one of 4 agencies in the state that is fortunate enough to have that honor. The responsibilities consist of meeting and working with the families of fallen officers, as well as the agencies of the fallen officers, ensuring and knowing that they are and will always be there for them. So these are some photos from May 6, 2023. They escorted the families of fallen officers, and then on May 8, 2023, they were in attendance at the annual California Peace Officers Memorial to pay homage to the selfless heroes who've made the ultimate sacrifice. So we always honor them for going to that event. And then in city clerk news, as you know, last week, we said goodbye to our interim city clerk who served with the city for about 18 months. And so that warrants an update. A few months ago, we did an extensive recruitment for a permanent city clerk. And I am happy to announce that after recruitment, several interview processes, including interview with our department head team, I made a selection, and I'd like to actually welcome Ashton Arocho to our team. She'll be serving as our new city clerk. Ashton, if you want to stand up and just wave to everybody.
All right.
So a little bit about Ashton. So she'll be starting with us officially on Monday, May 15th. Ashton is a certified master municipal clerk, which is the highest honor that you could have as a city clerk. She's worked in the cities of Monrovia, Palm Springs, and most currently in the city of Fontana, working as the deputy city clerk for an elected city clerk, which means she does all the work but doesn't get the title, right? She currently serves as the second vice president for the City Clerks Association of California and has held other leadership positions in that organization. So we're happy to welcome her, and we're excited for her to join our team. And with that, welcome, Ashton. And last but not least, I just want to recognize our own Assistant City Clerk, Abigail Kala here, who recently just received her Certified Municipal Clerk certification. And so we're really happy about that. Yeah. And so with that, and that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Welcome aboard. Also, I would like to follow up with you on that. The announcement that you just made in the report, is it going to be on a website, posted on a website?
About the city clerk?
Yeah.
Yes, tomorrow morning.
All the information, including the phone number that you just announced?
Yes,
Okay,
yes, absolutely.
It's on the website. If
Yes,
you
so-
need more information, you can always go back there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So next is on oral communications. Assistant City Clerk, would you please read the instruction into the record?
So this is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the city council regarding any items on the agenda or non-agenda items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the city council, comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the city council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and remind you the resolution 4963. This resolution from the mayor and the city council of the city of Westminster establishing rules of decorum and civility at city council members' meetings. So I'd like to, there are 3 sections of those in the resolution. I'm not going to read all of them, but I want to remind some of you about this. First, the section number 1 is civility policy. All members of public attending city council meeting in Westminster City should strive to treat everyone with courtesy, listen to city official, city staff, and other members of the public respectfully, exercise self-control and avoid threat of violence, and allow insulting, demeaning, or offensive communications, be open-minded, and consider all viewpoints, focus on the issues and avoid personalizing debate, embrace respectfully disagreement, and allow all members of the public to speak without intimidation and interruption. For section 2 is the rules of decorum, and again, I read a few of them, but if you want more information, you can always ask staff for it. No person attending the city council meeting shall repeatedly and excessively engage in disorderly conduct that disrupt and otherwise impede the orderly conduct of the meeting. All persons attending city council shall obey and lawful order of the mayor presiding to enforce the rules of decorum. All persons attending the city council meeting shall listen courteously and attentively to all public discussion at this meeting and avoid interrupting members of the public addressing the city council or city officials. Member of public shall address the city council regarding items that are within subject matter jurisdiction and shall refrain from personal attack upon individual council members if comments are not within the subject matter. Now, I would like to add to that too, and I would like to remind all of you, as usual, please be mindful that we have kids or high school students attending the meeting via Zoom to get extra credit for school. So I would like to ask if you could please refrain from using any profanity in language here at the meeting. If all fails, then it's my rules that I have to enforce the rule of decorum, which I will give official warning. And in the event of any members of the public breaches the rules of decorum in a manner that disrupt, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of the city council meeting, the mayor, presiding official, which is me, shall issue an official order warning to that person to cease the offending conduct. And if that doesn't work, then you may be asked to leave the council chambers. So with this, I'd like to go ahead and open for the oral communication, please.
So our first speaker is Dr. Fa Li.
Thank you so much. My name is Fa Lei. I currently reside in San Diego. Thank you for having me here tonight. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, honored city council members, honored guests, staff members, it is my privilege to talk to you tonight about an important event happening in our community. 60 years ago, brave men and women of this country volunteered to serve in the armed forces. Little did they know, some of them would be shipped to a land far away to fight in a war for freedom of people they know very little about. A large number of them died, more than 58,000. A large number actually got shot out of the sky or were captured in land battles. All of them were taken to North Vietnam and imprisoned in a combination of 10 different prisons around Hanoi. The most infamous of all was the Hanoi Hilton. The names of those imprisoned include the great Admiral Stockdale and the late Captain and Senator John McCain. All were tortured, all were imprisoned in unspeakable conditions. And it is estimated that 114 of them died while in captivity. Miraculously, in 1973, 591 of them were brought back to America. When they returned, then President Richard Nixon honored them at the White House with a great dinner. These warriors formed a brotherhood through their time in captivity. They are known as Nam Pao. Ever since 1973, they have gathered every 10 years for a reunion. This year is their 50th reunion, and that will happen in 2 weeks. This will happen in the city of Anaheim. This will be their last reunion. More than half of them have passed away, and most of them are now approaching their 80s and 90s. I am here to ask for some form of recognition by this city of this momentous event. We now live in a time where words like courage and hero are thrown around without regards to their true meaning. I will tell you now that after I have met these warriors and heard their stories, these are our true American heroes. Please take this opportunity to help me honor them for their service and sacrifice. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jessica Lastenau, followed by Nguyen Hung.
Hi there. That's a tough act to follow. But I wanted to talk about something a little different, item 6.1. When I saw it on the agenda, I read through the staff report, I read through the resolution, and I really didn't have a strong opinion one way or another because I can see both sides. And that last night, just before I went to bed, I'm browsing on Facebook and I see this letter from Councilwoman West, and this letter begins with, we the people, the city of Westminster is strongly opposed to AB 742 Jackson, and then it continues in great detail about the reasons why that bill should be opposed, and I'm not saying that the letter's necessarily bad or the resolution's bad. I'm not opposed to the resolution or the letter. What I don't understand is why there's a letter from Councilwoman West being sent on behalf of the city. And that, I'm just asking for clarification later once you discuss it. I'm wondering, is this a cover letter, maybe, that goes with the resolution? That could be the case, but why wasn't it in the staff report with the resolution? It's a very lengthy letter. It's not a bad letter, but as somebody who follows politics, I wouldn't have even known about it if I hadn't scanned Facebook, and I shouldn't have to browse Facebook to find out what my council members are going to be sending on my behalf as a resident of Westminster. So I'm asking, I'm wondering where the letter comes from. Is it a cover letter? If it's a cover letter, why wasn't it in the agenda? Is there a policy for this? Maybe there just needs to be a policy. Maybe when council members want to send a letter on behalf of the city, we need to have a policy. Or maybe the policy is there, Christian, and I just don't know that it's there. So I'm asking for, when you discuss 6.1, if you could explain to us who've seen this letter where it's coming from. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Don't put the time yet. I asked him some questions, you know. I have some very important issue. Don't count it. Don't count it. I asked
No,
him
as soon as you start, then it's going to be clock. The clock is going to start.
Okay. Happy birthday. Anyway, good evening. Everybody have in mind already. I don't need to read it. Okay. Okay, now I want to proceed it.
Please turn it to the council member. You have to address it to the council member, please.
What?
You address it to council members here.
You
Council
want
body.
to stop it, or you want to?
I just want you to face here and then do whatever you need to do.
I already sent in your letter, okay? Okay, I have 2 more minutes. Just repeat. Sir, I am 78 years old. Anybody can hit me right now. But I have a senior protection law by U.S. 65 years old. What you say on this YouTube? You are a councilman, you are a YouTuber. You make a video and threat people to hit me. He said on the group of people met me at outside and angry about me, so they can hit me. Because I went to Vietnam, I wear the T-shirt. The T-shirt means nothing. President Donald Trump held a Vietnam flag. Is that he communist? Are you stupid? Okay, you want to see again? You met a counselor in San Francisco. He right here. And in what house? I knew that. I have a picture. You want to see picture again? Nguyen Phương Hồng. You repeat my name many times. Mention people. Tomorrow I go to police. I asking gun permit because I need protection, or I need the police to protect me. Is that a councilman at Westminster City threat 78-year-old man? Is that right? Is that right? And I thinking about
Your time is up, sir.
the city.
Your time
But
is
now,
up.
Tomorrow
Please shut
I'm
up.
going to file a lawsuit because the councilman.
Your time is up, sir.
You can't
Thank you.
time it to 5 minutes.
Next,
Next.
next speaker is Michael Varengia, followed by Westminster watchdog Terry Raines.
Thank you. I'm going to start off with also something Jessica said about item 6.1 and the cover letter. Mayor, that's your responsibility to sign those, or everybody signs them. I don't know why you guys keep putting the princess over here up in front of everything, putting her name on these cover letters. It's grandstanding and it's very unprofessional of you as a mayor. You need to use your authority. I sign those cover letters, or everybody signs them. You put a blank on there, everybody signs them. Secondly, Amy, going outside here so you can get your face on Vietnamese media on YouTube and apologizing for the entire city council to Mr. Duong about him giving back his proclamation. That's not your responsibility, and I'll bet none of these 4 people told you to go out and do it. We certainly didn't hear the 4 of them apologize to the guy in here. Mr. Nam Quan, after listening to what this gentleman just said, you haven't learned, have you? You can't be doing that stuff and posting it on social media. That's going to come back and bite you one of these days, and you'll find yourself with a gigantic civil suit that's going to cost you personally and the city council. If one of these people decides to sue you, start using this up here, not this in front. Amy, I found out that you're trying to violate a private citizen's First Amendment rights to speak in front of this city council and express her personal views. I honestly don't know whether you actually went to school and paid attention. Do you know what the Constitution is? You claim to know all this stuff, but yet you're more than willing to try and violate somebody's First Amendment rights. You could do the same thing to me because you don't like what I'm saying up here. That's a good way for you to get sued. What I suggest you do is you look up the case law of Baca versus the Moreno Valley School District and find out what Mrs. Baca put the school district and the school board through when they tried to violate her First Amendment rights. That went up to the Supreme Court. And they wound up having to back off and eat crow on that. So before you start letting your head swell so big you can't get through the doorway to come in here anymore, you need to read this stuff and pay attention to what you're doing up here, because you're going to wind up with another closed session item about possible litigation from a private citizen in the city. You guys need to use your brain. Thank you. Perfect timing.
Stop.
Good evening. The last council meeting started a half hour late because Mayor Nguyen was late. Vice Mayor Nguyen, you are supposed to start and run the meeting when the mayor is absent, but you refused. You three were busy running outside during the meeting to kiss David Zong's ass. The mayor and vice mayor cannot leave the meeting at the same time, but the city attorney didn't say squat. Mayor Nguyen left the dais 6 times, 17 minutes, plus almost 30 minutes late. Mayor and vice mayor, if you're unable and unwilling to fulfill your duties, step the hell down. Why weren't proclamations approved at the last meeting presented tonight? I am glad we are recognizing our PD and Public Works employees and American POWs this month. Item 3.5. Item 3.4, Amy, do you understand the 35-mile-per-hour ordinance change only applies to food carts, not sidewalk vendors? And there's no need to address kids' lemonade stands or similar activities in this ordinance. Item 5.1, I oppose reducing Bolsa Avenue to just 4 lanes from 6 and adding on-street parking. This would increase accidents and dangerously impede traffic flow with cars stopping to park and pulling out into oncoming traffic. Item 6.1, I thought the city attorney finally grew a pair and formatted this resolution without naming Councilmember West until I saw the cover letter on West's Facebook page with embarrassing typos, which is not in the staff report. Why? The mayor and only the mayor should send letters on behalf of the entire council. Stop castrating the mayor, Amy. I do oppose AB 742. Well, item 6.2, only the U.S., state, city, and POW flags belong at Civic Center, period. Item 6.3, advertisements are not the only issue. Providing misleading or false information to our Vietnamese-speaking residents is, which is why this council denounced fake news by way of resolution, only to have the fake news perpetrators rescind that resolution a few months ago. Nam Quan Sidequick, Tin Dong Nguyen from Midway City went into our police department and alleged tree lamb threatened him and secretly recorded the police officer. But he forgot to mention he illegally overdubbed a video of Lamb's wife Candy with sexual and other content, putting her in harm's way. Amy, you really need to learn how to read and write. From legally obtained public record text messages, reading verbatim here, quote, I'm going to file a law period cite, what's that, against Terrirain, you don't know my name yet? She is Carzy, person. She is crazy and dangerous to me and my family. She is so rude. Darren, why is she not removed? Terry must be removed from chambers. She swore 3 times and shouted my name 3 times, Darren. Please call Jody Boyd. She can testify, unquote. Amy, I'm not Carzy or crazy, and I'm certainly not a danger to you or your family. You are treading on dangerous territory by making false defamatory statements to our police chief about me in an attempt to strip away my constitutional right to criticize you as an elected official. You also make false defamatory statements in the demand letter the city attorney wrote for you and billed to the city for AKA illegal use of public resources. My personal message to you, again, is FOCUS. Look it up. Get off your phone.
Next speaker is Gigi, followed by Tony Bui. Tony Bui?
Good evening, Mayor Charlie Nguyen, Vice Mayor Nam Quan Nguyen, Council Member Army Fan Quest, and Council Member Carlos Menzo, Council Member Kirk Kimberly Hall. I came here as a resident of City of Westminster, not as a planning commissioner or anything. I had the right to exercise my right to free speech, to raise my concern about the City of Westminster activities. And I hope that all of you here should know that we all are American city, which was approved in 1996. Why did they call it All-American City? Because all of us here are American, whether you are Vietnamese, Korean, or Cambodian, or French, or Germany, we have to hold our value to support for American values. And in order to do that, you have to concentrate your effort to help the city, not to do the work for yourself, to bring up your ego. If you say something to the city, to the people, for example, Ms. Kimberly Ho said that she will resign when you spread the fake news. So you should rather shape up your mind and go with whatever you say to the people. Here, look at this. Homeless issue in our city. You didn't put any effort in solving that. You said that you have many visions. Where's your vision? Ms. Kimberly Ho, Madam, you said that you have visions. Where is it? Show it to the people. You don't do anything for our city. So all of you have to concentrate on helping the people of Westminster. The reason you bring up the fake issue about item 6.3, that let the people, let the media work on their way. The people will know who is a fake, who is a righteous person. So, Madam Ho, I tell you, if you say something, you say that you have 300 personnel of City of Westminster support you, show it to us, and then we will believe it to you. Otherwise, step down or we will show you the way out of this City of Westminster. Thank you for listening.
Next speaker is Nat Lin, followed by Tina Tapia. Nat Lin.
She asked me to be translator, interpreter for her.
Tôi sẽ nói hết tiếng Việt và Anthony dịch được bao nhiêu thì dịch. Tôi muốn cho cộng đồng Việt Nam nghe. Kính thưa Hội đồng thành phố, tôi có xem cái lịch trình nội dung họp của Hội đồng thành phố ngày hôm nay. Tôi rất là bất bình. Bất bình thứ nhất là cái nghị trình bà Kimberly Hồ đưa ra có ông Carlos Manzo ký tên đồng thuận, nói rằng kể từ sau cái cuộc họp này bỏ phiếu xong thì là các nghị viên trong Hội đồng thành phố không có được đưa tin gì, mà muốn đưa tin thì phải có ý kiến của Hội đồng thành phố. Và bà CD Manager đã viết thành một cái văn bản, và tôi cho rằng bà CD Manager và ông luật sư nên xem lại các vị có vi phạm luật, có bịt miệng các nghị viên trong Hội đồng thành phố để đưa thông tin đến cho người dân ở trong thành phố hay không. Tôi nghĩ rằng bất cứ một nghị viên nào cũng được quyền thông tin về những điều mà thành phố đã có kết luận đưa ra nghị trình, nghị quyết. Và người dân, mỗi một nghị viên như vậy đại diện cho một cái district của người dân muốn nắm thông tin đó nhanh nhất. Vấn đề là nghị viên đó có trung thực với những thông tin của mình hay không. Trong khi đó, tôi đưa ra dẫn chứng xác thực, bà Kimberly Hồ có một cái channel tên là KTV USA. Bà nói láo 100% ở trên kênh của bà ta. Bà ta nói ông Nguyễn Mạnh Chí, thị trưởng, là người thân cộng. Bà nói ông David Dương là một doanh nhân thành đạt của cộng đồng người Việt quốc gia ở San Jose, là thân cộng, là cộng sản. Bà nói tôi là người thân cộng. Nhưng bản thân bà Kim Lê Hồ hôm nay tôi muốn nói giữa Hội đồng thành phố, bà luôn luôn nói là Westminster đã bị cộng sản xâm nhập. Và những ngày đó bà liên tục tấn công tôi ở trên cái channel của bà. Nhưng bà nói tôi là người được cộng sản đào tạo. Hôm nay tôi nói giữa Hội đồng thành phố, tôi được sống giữa hai chế độ Việt Nam Cộng Hòa và Cộng sản, trong khi bà Kim Lê Hồ đang sử dụng một cánh tay phải đắc lực là cô nhà báo Trúc Linh, là một người được đào tạo 100% trong chế độ Cộng sản từ khăn quàng đỏ, và cô ấy là một phóng viên của báo Công an thành phố Hồ Chí Minh. Bà Hồ, bà đang sử dụng một người cộng sản bên tay bà là một nhà báo của báo Công an là cô Trúc Linh. Tôi thông báo cho bà biết giữa hội đồng thành phố như vậy. Và tôi đề nghị bà CD Manager và ông luật sư phải xem lại cái văn bản mà trong cuộc họp hôm nay các vị sẽ bàn, là bịt miệng các nghị viên, làm cho chúng tôi không biết thông tin từ người đại diện của mình. Và tôi nghĩ ông Carlos Menro, ông không có nắm được những cái thông tin từ tiếng Việt của các nghị viên người Việt Nam. Ông đừng có vội vàng ủng hộ bà Kim Lê Hồ, điều đó rất là sai trái. Anh nói đây này.
Briefly, I would like to present whatever Ms. Nhật Linh said in Vietnamese. She said she very disappointed today on the item which was put on the agenda regarding the news, censoring that all of the city council has to follow according to with the approval of the city manager and the attorney to brief about the item C3 5.3. And she do not want to have censor the news because according to her record, Ms. Kimberly Ho has used KBC USA to spread fake news and to blame the mayor, Charlie Nguyen, is pro-communist. Also, David Young is the communist, and especially herself is Ms. Nhật Linh is communist affiliator. So that is fake news according to her. So therefore, she would like to request the city manager and attorney to put a close link. That means stop using whatever you draft for the issue 5.3 today, and recommend the city not to censor the media, because the media is the one who represent for the people, and they can express their way according to all the city council. So that is what she concerned about the item that you will discuss today, and she opposed that item. I think that.
Một cái chi tiết này tôi nói ví dụ như là cái đợt mà treo cờ ngày 2 tháng 4 vừa rồi, bà Kim Lê Hồ, bà lên trên kênh channel của bà nói rằng là ông Tạ Đức Chí, sorry, xin cảm ơn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Her name is Gigi, and she want to come up now. You called her name earlier, and she said next.
Thân chào tất cả quý vị trong hội đồng thành phố. Hôm nay tôi đến đây tôi muốn nói về bà Kim Lê Hồ, là vấn đề mà truyền thông, quyền tự do ngôn luận ở đây. Ông thị trưởng Nguyễn Mạnh Chí, ông Nam Quang và Emmy West đã lên đài kêu gọi đồng hương đi dự diễn hành Tết, chẳng hạn như là cũng như là dự lễ 30 tháng 4, rồi kêu gọi những cư dân lớn tuổi đi đến thành phố City đây lãnh 100 đồng về phiếu đi chợ. Nhưng mà bà đó thì bà ganh tị hay sao mà bà không cho, bà cắt đứt cái vụ mà 100 đồng, mất đi một thời gian, sau đó mọi người tranh đấu lại mới được. Nhưng mà tại sao bà có đài, bà có nhiều giờ ở trên đài của bà, tại sao bà không kêu gọi, bà đưa ra những cái điều hay, điều đẹp, những tin tức, thông tin hay để cho cộng đồng chúng tôi biết mà chúng tôi hưởng ứng, hoặc là chúng tôi được nhờ. Bà lại, nhưng mà trái lại bà lại xách động kêu gọi đồng hương đi biểu tình. Bà làm như vậy đó, bà làm như vậy đó, bà chống lại cái dự luật 33 nữa. Bà có biết nhục là gì không bà? Đó, cả cái phái đoàn của David Vương xuống đây trả lại cái bằng đó. họ dục vô mặt bà có nhục không? Bà đem về bà đốt nhuyễn, bà tán ra bà uống đi để mở cái não bò của bà ra, để mà bà phục vụ cho người ta. Bà biết đâu là cộng sản, đâu là người Việt chân chính. Bà có biết cộng sản là gì không? Hồi đó Việt Cộng vô đó, bà có biết, bà có thấy cộng sản không? Hay là chưa mất nước gia đình bà đã bỏ đi mất rồi, chạy bỏ những người dân chúng tôi ở lại phải khổ sở với cộng sản bao nhiêu năm trời. Bà có biết cộng sản là gì? Bây giờ qua đây bà nói bà là hậu vệ của của Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Hậu vệ cái gì? Một ông tướng, một ông chỉ huy giỏi, mà thời chiến đánh giặc rất giỏi, chỉ huy rất giỏi, nhưng đến ngày chưa mất nước mà bỏ lính, bỏ dân, bỏ đồng đội của mình bỏ chạy, thì là một ông chỉ huy hèn, một ông sĩ quan hèn. Bà có biết không? Bà đừng có bao giờ nói bà là hậu vệ của Việt Nam Cộng Hòa nhé, dục lắm đó bà. Rồi bây giờ đó, bà đưa ra những cái nghị trình nào là bà nói bà hứa cho housing dân, người dân ở đâu? Rồi giảm tiền thuế đất cho dân ở đâu? Bà làm được cái gì? Sao những cái đó bà không làm đi? Bà có đài đó, sao bà không kêu gọi dân chúng ra để mà bà giúp cho? Bà không giúp. Rồi bà chỉ biết lấy credit của Nguyễn Mạnh Chí, của Nam Quang, của Emmy West để làm gì vậy bà? Ganh tị chi vậy? Xấu hổ quá. Nhìn gương mặt thì đẹp nhưng mà sao có cái tánh xấu vậy bà? Rồi một cái thành phố nhỏ như thế này bà không làm được cái gì cho dân hưởng hết. Mà bây giờ bà lại ra ứng cử giám sát viên quận địa hạt 1 này nữa. Tôi rất để rồi coi đi bà đó, để rồi coi bà có làm được gì không. Rồi bà nghĩ là bà gánh vác được một cái quận hạt lớn được vậy sao? Tôi nghĩ để rồi bà coi bà sẽ thất bại thảm hại như bao nhiêu lần khác. Tôi hy vọng bà mở cái não bò của bà ra, bà học hỏi, bà đón nhận những cái gì hay, những cái đẹp, bà đem áp dụng cho thành phố để cho cư dân chúng tôi được nhờ, để cho cái thành phố này nó êm. Một ngày nào bà còn ở trong thành phố này thì cái thành phố City Westminster này nó vẫn còn xáo trộn, nó vẫn còn đủ thứ chuyện xảy ra. Bà đừng có làm mất mặt nữ nhi, con cháu của bà Trưng, bà Triệu bà nhé. Tôi có bấy nhiêu lời thôi, nếu bây giờ nói về bà nói cả ngày cũng không hết nữa. Cho nên tôi muốn vắn tắt nhắn nhủ với bà vậy thôi. Bà đừng có nằm mơ, kỳ này bà sẽ thất bại não nề đó bà. Một việc nhỏ trong thành phố không làm được, làm sao làm được chuyện cả một cái quận hạt lớn. Anh cứ dịch. Tôi muốn nói tiếng Việt nhiều là để cho cư dân Việt Nam ở đây nghe. Còn nếu mà quý vị tiếng Mỹ thì anh ấy dịch ra được bao nhiêu thì được.
Thank you. I will try to explain, translate the way Ms. Chin present to all the city of Westminster today. Dear all city council members, I was very frustrated to see that the Ms. Kimberly Hall has to oppose many things that Mr. Mayor Charlie Nguyen, Mayor Nam Quan, and Amy West did in the past days, and due to jealousy, and the City Council, Kimberly Hall, has opposed all of the work of those mentioned City Council and the Mayor. And however, she already not doing anything but enticing people to have a meeting against the city of Westminster in the past couple months, weeks ago. Therefore, do you know how shameful you are, Miss Kimberly Hall? This lady bring up. And therefore, she recognized that you should rather shape up yourself and working together with all the city members for the better of the city rather than looking for yourself. And she already mentioned about the past performance of a captain who is related to Kimberly Hall, who fled Vietnam before the war ended. So that is shameful to this person. And that is all she has in this speech.
Thank you.
Tina Tapia, followed by Min Vu.
This is AIM. This is American Movement Act. For the kids that are watching. These are some names that you guys are familiar with. Javier Nguyen, Amy
Can you
Peterson
get
Walsh,
closer to the mic?
and David Johnson. They all
mic.
knew about the problem with human sex trafficking. With these massage parlors in Westminster, how are the children protected? And the guns are not going to solve anything. More guns are not going to do anything. And that's it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Min Vu.
Tôi tên là Minh Vũ.
My name is Minh Vu.
Tôi ở thành phố Westminster.
I am a resident of Westminster City.
Tôi chào năm dân cử.
Greeting to the council members,
Cảnh sát và
city lawyers, and the chief of police, and everyone.
tôi vẫn là duy trì là nói điều tốt và nói những điều chưa tốt. Giờ tôi nói điều tốt.
I still maintain to speak of the positive, also of the negative, and she will start with the positives.
Điều tốt ở đây là cách đây 2 tuần á, thì tôi có nhờ cảnh sát. Cảnh sát làm rất nhanh và đến giờ này tôi rất là không còn sợ nữa. Và đến đây cảm ơn cảnh sát.
The positive thing she said, she mentioned 2 weeks ago when she needed the help of the police, and they resolved it quickly and effectively, and she's very happy, and she wants to thank the police department.
Cái thứ hai nữa là ông David Dương mang trả cái bằng. Tôi thấy như vậy là cũng rất sale được tiền, bớt được tiền cho thành phố. Những cái đồng tiền đó,
She said that when Mr. David Young returned the certificate of recognition to her, that will save the city's money.
những cái đồng tiền đó đó, thay vì trả cho quý vị thêm giờ, thì đồng tiền đó dùng cho tôi là những người già bên đây này, cho bữa cơm trưa lên một chút, cho những học sinh bữa cơm trưa.
She said instead of using the money to pay, I don't know why she said pay you guys, the fund could be used for her, for the senior citizen, for the free lunch for the seniors, or to help the students.
Rồi, nó bớt ồn ào, nó chấm dứt đi. Đó là những điều tốt. Bây giờ tôi nói những điều chưa tốt.
She said that will stop all the commotion, and that's the positive, and now she will move to the negative.
Những điều chưa tốt là cô nghị viên Ami.
She said the thing that things still need to be improved is council member Amy Van West.
Cô là một nghị viên, cô lập gia đình với một người bản xứ và có 3 con.
She said you are a council member, you married to a native or Caucasian resident, and you have 3 children.
Người phát biểu không biết vì lý do gì mà ở trong này người ta nói là không được dùng ngôn ngữ tục tĩu.
She said she wasn't sure, but according to someone spoke earlier, they suggest you do not use foul language.
Vậy mà người đó phát biểu chửi cô Amy Van West. Xin lỗi, không biết tôi có nên lập lại không? Tôi sợ tôi lập lại cái bẩn cái miệng của tôi thôi. Nhưng mà tôi phải lập lên để tôi nói để mọi người.
She said she's not sure if she want to repeat those foul language, because that would dirty her mouth and trouble everyone here.
Tôi lặp lại nhé. Chửi cô Van West là con đĩ. Nếu gặp tôi thưa.
Ma'am, where did you hear that from? Where did you? Here in the campus, or is outside?
Inside.
Inside. Did I hear that? Anybody here? No, nobody heard that.
Cách 2 tuần.
No. So please don't repeat that when it's not happening here. I allow you to speak, but not to come up with things that is not. I personally not hear that, and I just checked with the council member. None of them are hearing
Ok,
that.
thị trưởng nói thì tôi nghe.
Please
Người
continue.
đó đáng
Please don't repeat that, please. Continue with your, public comments. I respect you, but please don't repeat those. I don't want to have the profanity language in here. If we could refrain that.
Okay.
Thank you.
She said she heard someone call Amy Fan was a bitch or a hooker. That's why.
Ok. Bây giờ bắt đầu từ đây trở đi á, nếu không biết từ hôm nay trở đi ai nên phát biểu mà vi phạm không được dùng ngôn ngữ tục thì đề nghị thị trưởng, luật sư, cảnh sát phải có biện pháp.
She suggested from now on, anyone who come up here to speak and use foul language, she suggests the mayor or the chief of police or the city lawyer would eject them out of the room.
Một cái nữa là cuối cùng, 2022 tôi đọc báo của thành phố của City Westminster.
And she said she read the Westminster Herald.
Thì cuối năm, thành phố mình có 5 nghị viên mà chỉ có 4 nghị viên được bằng khen.
She said the city has 5 council members and only 4 was congratulated.
Thì năm nay tôi cũng yêu cầu và mong muốn 5 nghị viên đều ở đây đều những gương mặt sáng sủa, ngồi xuống đoàn kết tranh luận để làm cho thành phố Westminster của chúng tôi ngày một phồn thịnh.
She hopes that the 5 council members from now on will sit down and try to work together, discuss matters to help the city prosper and grow.
Những chuyện cũ đã qua bỏ và bắt đầu ngày hôm nay mình sẽ làm những cái việc gì có lợi cho thành phố.
What's done has been done. It's water under the bridge, and she hopes you guys will move forward.
Tôi mong như vậy. Và cuối năm 2023 thì tôi muốn tất cả 5 nghị viên là đều được như vậy, chứ đừng có là 4.
She hopes that at the end of this year, all 5 of you will be honored.
Dạ, tôi cảm ơn rất nhiều.
She thanks everyone for listening.
Next speaker is Viet Media Khai Dao, followed by Lee Nguyen.
Well, I need to have proof that I'm taking the one set up. We have 3 minutes, right? Good evening, everyone. Again, I know you wouldn't agree with me when I call you stupid. Of course, you're not stupid, right? But you've done very many stupid things. And one of those is insisting Mr. Young, David Young, to hold on to the certificate, which he has the trouble to bring all his staff, his brothers, daughters, to come here to explain to you why he has to return it to your face. You know why? Because you're stupid. You talk about decorum, talk about protocol. You don't understand. He's a billionaire. He's a businessman. He owns a big corporation. He doesn't need the toilet paper which you presented to him. Only cause him trouble. He only values it if it helps his business. You understand that, right? That's why he brought it here. Throw it to your face. And you try to tell him, oh, no, we have the right to give it to you. Please keep it. That's stupid. you're a laughing stock. Talk about city business. Going up to San Jose, is that city business? Running out to apologize to him, is that city business? Is that serving the public? Endorsing someone, appointing someone, using your vote to serve the public, okay? Not using your vote to pay back, to make money, okay? To trade favors. That's not serving the public. That's not city business. I remember when you reduced 5 minutes to 3 minutes because Michael Leung and his friends came here to plead for you guys to renew his license. That's city's business. Don't use your vote to renew license, to make money. Renewing license, approval project is to help the city grow, not for you to profit, to make money, to earn donation, so that you can use the anti-communist platform to get elected again, to make money from your votes. That's city's business.
Can you hold on for a minute? Quick comments. You repeatedly call me stupid. That's fine. It's it's First Amendment. But let me tell you, people trusted me as your mayor. Thank you. Next.
Lee Nguyen, followed by Don Lee.
Good evening, everyone. Let me read the Vietnamese. Chúng tôi có câu hỏi là lần trước khi ông Triệu Phú ở trên miền Bắc Cali tới đây, đứng trước cái bục gỗ này để nói đôi lời với quý vị, thì quý vị không lưu ý ông ta có bao nhiêu phút để phát biểu. Có phải thời gian giới hạn 3 phút phát biểu chỉ áp dụng cho những người dân nghèo trong thành phố không?
We have questions about last meeting with millionaires from North California appeared at the podium to have some words with you guys. Why didn't you tell him how many minutes he would be allowed to talk? Is it true that 3-minute limit time to speak only applies to the poor and needy city residents?
Khi nhóm người của ông ta rời phòng họp, tại sao quý vị phải bỏ ngang buổi họp để chạy theo họ ra ngoài, làm như những người tôi tớ sợ ông chủ lớn của mình sẽ đuổi việc, không mướn quý vị nữa và quý vị sẽ bị thất nghiệp vậy? Quý vị có biết là quý vị đã coi thường tất cả những người dân cũng như các đồng viện của quý vị có mặt trong phòng họp ngày hôm đó không? Điều này nói lên thái độ bất lịch sự, luồn cúi và rất hèn mặt của hạng người trọng phú khinh bần.
When that group left the chambers, why didn't you guys have interrupted the meeting to follow them outside as your servants? Were you scared or losing employment from big bosses? This kind of inappropriate behavior only shows us how ill-mannered, flattering, and wimpy you all were.
Quý vị ngồi trên những vị trí này là do lá phiếu của chúng tôi hay là nhờ vào những người trên San Jose đó? Bà Amy West làm gì mà phải bỏ buổi họp để chạy ra nói chuyện làm ăn với ông David Dương? Giờ họp trong thành phố là để nói về những vấn đề của người dân và của thành phố. Nếu muốn nói chuyện làm ăn thì tại sao không nói lúc khác mà lại dùng thì giờ của buổi họp? Ai cho phép bà đại diện chúng tôi để xin lỗi ông David Dương? Bà có lỗi với ông ta thì bà xin, nhưng bà không được quyền đại diện cho chúng tôi vì chúng tôi không có lỗi gì với ông ta cả. Con người của Gang of Three, quý vị quá xuẩn ngốc, thiếu trình độ văn hóa, làm cho người dân xấu hổ. Quý vị hãy tự biết nhục mà bước xuống trước khi mọi người yêu cầu quý vị rời khỏi những chức vụ này.
Are you sitting on the position thanks to our voters, those in San Jose? Why did Amy West have to run after those to talk about business? The city council meetings is time to resolve issues of the residents and the city, isn't it? If you want to talk about your business, why didn't you talk to them some other time, other places? Who allowed you to apologize to him on our behalf? If you did something wrong to him, it's your job to say sorry to him, not us. We haven't done anything related to those people. You guys are such a bunch of fools, lacking mannerism, and shame us. You're construed, and then you don't deserve to represent the people of our city. You should be ashamed of yourselves and step down before you people have to remove you. Thank you.
Don Lee.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to say congratulations to Mr. Mayor, City Council, and staff. You have successfully organized the city event last week, the commemoration ceremony for Black April. Trong mùa Quốc hận 30 tháng 4 vừa qua, người ta thấy cờ vàng tung bay trên các con đường chính của Lý Thôn Sài Gòn là do công của thị trưởng Charlie Chí Nguyễn. Ông đã âm thầm vận động treo cờ vàng trong suốt 3 năm qua. Thế mà Kimberly Hồ lại lật lọng, tráo trở, xuyên tạc, cáo buộc ông thị trưởng đã chẳng làm gì, để rồi bà ta đã lên tiếng kể công là nhờ mình nói nên mới có treo cờ. Bởi vậy, trong phiên họp ngày 26 tháng 4 của Hội đồng thành phố vừa qua, ông thị trưởng đã phải dành phút cuối của buổi họp để lên tiếng khuyến cáo và ngay cả cầu khẩn bà Hồ hãy chấm dứt những thói gian manh vì cuộc bầu cử đã qua lâu rồi, để cùng nhau đoàn kết xây dựng và phát triển thành phố. Nhưng rất tiếc vì bà vốn xuất thân từ một người thợ bán mỹ phẩm về săn sóc da mặt, và do lâu ngày da mặt đã trở nên quá dày cộm, chai lì nên không còn liêm sỉ và xấu hổ nữa.
Would you please stop it?
Ngày 5 tháng 4 vừa qua,
Could you please stop, please? I
Hồ
would like
đã
to give
kéo
you, hold on, please. I would like to give you an official warning. This is the first warning to you because you tried to make a comment during public comments. So please, I ask you to refrain so that I know that you turn in the green slip, wait for your turn. I'm talking to you, Ms. Stein. Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
Since he don't have a translator, how are we supposed to know what he's saying?
I don't know how you have 3 minutes, right? He has 3 minutes, so he can go ahead and use the 3 minutes that he has. I don't know.
Is that
your
a
suggestion?
city attorney?
Legally, he can use 3 minutes however he wants if he doesn't have a translator, but it is good to try and translate because the goal is to communicate to the council.
So basically, you want to have another 3 minutes for somebody else to translate for you? Then you have 6 minutes.
you have an interpreter?
Yes, he can interpret for you. Okay. So you just add 3 more minutes. I'm not going to go back. Okay. Thank you very much.
Ngày 5 tháng 4 vừa qua, bà Hồ đã kéo đồng bọn tới City Hall cùng với 2 tên tay sai Phát Bùi và Phan Kỳ Nhơn của cái gọi là Liên ủy ban thi hành nghị quyết 36 để hò hét la ó. Nhiều ngày trước đó, bà Hồ đã lên đài để kêu gọi kích động và dối gạt đồng bọn là sẽ có 4 xe bớt chở người đến từ Bắc Cali để cùng Nam Cali phản đối các dân cử, phản bội cộng đồng. Vậy cộng đồng này được bao nhiêu người? Nếu không đếm cả police và truyền thông thì tổng cộng chưa được 50 người. Họ chống ông David Dương, một doanh gia tài giỏi, có uy tín, một tấm gương thành công phục vụ cộng đồng, là niềm hãnh diện của người Việt hải ngoại. Họ chống các dân cử đi dự tiệc Va3 có VinFast và Airline và Vietnam Airlines, một hãng hàng không rất quen thuộc và thân thiện của hàng triệu người tị nạn bay về Việt Nam mỗi năm.
Can I stop you for now and then go ahead and translate what he has from now?
Okay. Firstly, I would like to congratulate Westminster City and city staff who have successfully organized the city event to commemorating the ceremony for the Black April last couple weeks. And during the Black April, people saw a lot of the Vietnamese freedom flags and America flags on main roads of Little Saigon. This is the effort, thanks to the effort of the mayor, Charlie Ching Nguyen. He himself had asking support from many people and get supporting from a lot of business person to help to put on those flags on the street of Little Saigon. However, Madame Kim Lee Ho, she said that the mayor hadn't do anything, and she said that thanks to her who raising the voice, and there must because of her, then there is the flag is bringing up. That is a fake, and that is the really bad habits because you took credits from other people, Madame Ho.
Họ chống ông David Dương, một doanh gia tài giỏi, có uy tín, một tấm gương thành công phục vụ cộng đồng, là niềm hãnh diện của người Việt hải ngoại. Họ chống các dân cử đi dự tiệc Va3 có VinFast và Vietnam Airlines, một hãng hàng không rất quen thuộc và thân thiện của hàng triệu người tị nạn bay về Việt Nam mỗi năm. Từ ngày Kim Lee Hồ phản phúc trở cờ chống lại việc trao bằng khen cho diễn viên Ngô Thanh Vân, bà ta đã liên tiếp thua thê thảm trong 3 cuộc bầu cử vừa qua, trong khi ông Tạ Đức Chí đã liên tiếp thắng vẻ vang. Đó là những cuộc trưng cầu dân ý mà mọi người không cần phải tranh cãi.
From the time Madame Ho, she's betrayed the people and opposed the recognition for actress Ngô Thanh Vân. She had totally failed on many campaigns.
The time is up. Thank you very much.
Okay. Cảm ơn.
Next speaker is Victoria Cooper.
Tôi muốn hỏi là tôi có được bao nhiêu phút? 6. Dạ. 6 phút hả? Kể cả người phiên dịch hả? Dạ. Bắt đầu từ hôm nay. Tại vì lần trước xin lỗi. Lần trước là tại City Hall này tôi chỉ có 19 giây thôi.
Excuse me, if you want to start,
cho
you
nên
have
là
6
lần này
minutes.
tôi muốn nhắc lại. Và nếu mà còn vi phạm nữa thì tôi kiện cái hành vi đó.
She said the last time she only has had 19 seconds. If it happens again, she will sue the city.
Và trước cái hội đồng cũng như là tất cả mọi người đến đây, và tôi xin được cảm ơn tri ân cựu nghị viên, cựu phó thị trưởng Kim Lee Hồ, cũng như là ông Carlos Manzo đã dũng cảm không ký vô trong cái giấy mà khen cái tên mà làm ăn với cộng sản.
She said in front of everyone here, she'd like to thank the former Vice Mayor, Council Member Kimberly Hall, and Council Member Carlos Menzo for standing up and refused to sign the certificate of recognition to Mr. David Young.
Và hôm nay tôi muốn nhắc thị trưởng Mạnh Trí nên nhớ những gì mà thị trưởng Mạnh Trí đã nói với cử tri, và chính tôi là cái người có đầy đủ chứng cứ đã hứa với cử tri chúng tôi là phải make America first, thì ông lại làm ngược lại và lại tiếp cái sai của tiền nhiệm, đó là thị trưởng Trí Tạ có nhiều cái rất sai mà họ không có.
She said she wanted to remind Mayor Charlie Ching-wen that you promised that you will make the city great, and you are following the faults of your former mayor, Chita, who commit many mistakes.
Yeah. Và rất là tôi cảm ơn cựu phó thị trưởng Kimberly Hồ với lại đương kim là nghị viên, cũng như là ông Carlos Menzo đã dũng cảm, không có tiếp tay vào cái tội ác trấn lột tiền thuế của người dân Mỹ chúng tôi để chia chác của cái đảng Dân Chủ tội đồ phản quốc bằng tên Sleepy Joe thằng cặc Minnesota. Chúng nó phải bị trừng trị bằng luật pháp và hiến pháp nước Mỹ.
She said she thanks again Councilmember Kimmy Ho and Councilmember Carlos Menzo for standing up to help the city save the taxpayers' money.
Và xin được nhắc lại, thị trưởng hãy cố gắng đừng có lừa đảo cảnh sát. Chúng tôi yêu quý cảnh sát, chúng tôi tin tưởng cảnh sát, và cảnh sát luôn luôn cùng với người dân Westminster chúng tôi để bảo vệ luật pháp về pháp nước Mỹ. Mà thị trưởng đã lừa đảo cảnh sát để mà vi phạm và cái trấn lột cái quyền làm người của tôi ngay tại City này. Bởi vì bắt chước cái tên Aaron Bragg ở trên New York là tưởng là xài luật rừng để mà bắt tổng thống Donald Trump 45, 46, 47 do chính người dân chúng tôi vote, mà tổng thống đang có mặt ở đây để bảo vệ luật pháp về pháp nước Mỹ. Và cái lá phiếu của chúng tôi là tổng thống của nước Mỹ hiện nay là tổng thống Donald Trump, chứ không phải là cái thằng tội đồ phản quốc Sleepy Joe. Do vậy là tôi nhắc nhở lại, đừng có lừa đảo cảnh sát để biến cảnh sát trở thành ra một công cụ để mà phá hoại cái luật pháp hiến pháp. Đừng có chia rẽ người dân chúng tôi với cảnh sát, vì cảnh sát luôn luôn ở bên cạnh người dân chúng tôi để bảo vệ, cứu lấy nước Mỹ và để make America great again.
She condemns the mayor for using or falsely accused her and using the police to abuse her. And she said the police is always here to protect citizens, and she criticized the mayor for using, ordering the police to abuse her.
Một lần nữa xin được kính tri ân cảnh sát Westminster. Và cảnh sát Westminster là người chúng tôi luôn luôn tin tưởng, chứ không phải là defund cảnh sát, giết cảnh sát và trấn lột tiền thuế chúng tôi mà đi không còn đi lừa đảo cảnh sát như vậy. Đó là tội ác, và cái điều này tôi vẫn giữ nguyên cái đơn kiện $100 triệu tội ác của thị trưởng Mạnh Trí. Và tôi xin lỗi nói nha, thị trưởng Mạnh Trí và tiếp tay với lại cái tiền nhiệm của mình trấn lột tiền thuế của người dân của nước Mỹ ở tại Westminster này, ở Cali này, ở chia chác cho nhau. Mà vừa qua chúng tôi có đầy đủ chứng cứ và tất cả phải chịu trách nhiệm về cái hành vi sai phạm trấn lột tiền thuế và phá hoại nước Mỹ của chúng tôi, và coi như là khinh bỉ người dân Mỹ. Chúng tôi đến đây nói chuyện, chúng tôi nói sự thật để dùng cùng với lại quý nghị viên để bảo vệ nước Mỹ, chứ đừng có khinh bỉ và coi thường và căm thù chúng tôi.
She says she's always grateful to the police force who protect the citizen. And she again condemned Mayor Charlie Ching-wen, who abused his power to order the police to threaten her. Also, she is pro-police. She wants to hire more police. Instead of, she said, Mayor Charlie and former Mayor Chita embezzled taxpayer fund to defund the police, to cut the police force to profit themselves. And she said she's here as a citizen to voice their concern, but the mayor doesn't respect them.
Thank you so much.
Look down on them.
Thank you, Hải Đào. Và xin được tri ân tất cả những người vào đến đây để nói sự thật.
Mayor, I have no additional speakers.
Thank you very much. All right, please. All right, thank you very much. I know that, first I want to thank you come out and, express your opinions. We respect the First Amendment and you have the right to say, but I just want to mention that, for the people here, also for the students who is online, some of these comments are not true, some of them are not fact. And the thing is, you take it however you want to take it, but, verify the truth. And we respect each other in terms of, public comments. With that, I know that Councilmember West will want to have a comment and also a brief comment. And also after that will be Councilmember Menzo. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to address a resident regarding, she said that I am silencing her voice, but the very thing that she got from the register of voter, my personal information, and she put it all on social media, that is a danger to my family. I have 3 boys. They're under 11, 9, and 7. And so therefore, that is a dangerous action. And plus, she signed at the register of voter not to disclose this information, and she did. So for her to lie about it, it's unacceptable. But I do welcome Tara Rain to come to my office if she has any concern. She doesn't live in my district, but she's more than welcome to share her concerns and come to a solution together to move the city forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Menzo, you're recognized.
Sorry. Just thank you for taking the time to come out and speak. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, hearing none, so we are moving on. Again, thank you very much for coming out. Next is a consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by a single motion, followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussions of these items unless members of the City Council or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action or discussion. So, Council members.
I move to approve consent calendar.
Mayor, I'd like to pull item 3.4.
3.1, okay.
4, 3.4.
3.4, okay.
Staff is also requesting 3.5 for the proclamations.
3.4 and 3.5. Okay, Councilmember Ho.
I'd like to amend to pull 3.1 and staff proclamation.
3.4 and 3.5.
2.4 and 3.5.
That's fine.
Okay, so you move to approve the rest of them, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, move to approve the rest of them except for 3.4, 3.5 in the consent calendar. So go ahead and roll call, please.
So that motion was made by Councilmember Ho, seconded by Councilmember Monzo, and that was to approve the consent calendar except item numbers 3.4 and 3.5. Councilwoman Van West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
So Councilmember Ho, 3.4, second reading of and adoption of ordinance number 2601, establishing a sidewalk vendor regulatory scheme and a parallel regulatory scheme for the sale of goods from vehicles. So go ahead.
Oh, I pulled that, Mayor.
Oh, you pulled through.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes.
It's okay.
Okay.
Thank you,
Sorry
Mayor.
about it.
Yes, I would like to just have a few things, a couple questions really for staff as far as, typically when we have a new ordinance, we should allow time for it's kind of like a grace period to add time for educating the community and for knowing what they're going to be the new ordinance and give them time to go ahead and proceed with whatever permitting process is in place. So is that something typical that we can do, or do we need to make an amendment to the ordinance?
In terms of outreach for
Yes,
the
outreach
community.
to the outreach to the community.
So what we've discussed internally, and if anyone watched the footage on ABC. So what the plan for this is, obviously there's a transition time when something like this is put in place. So the most important part of it was getting an ordinance out there so that sidewalk vendors and others that are interested in doing this kind of business are fully aware of what those rules are going to be. So there are other components that also need to be added in as well, which, one of the other parts of it is we are now creating, the sidewalk vendor permit. There's not a fee that's established for that yet. We're still working on that. So even with this being, being approved and then being in effect 30 days from today, that's not available yet, but we plan on bringing that out like within the next month. And so we do understand that there is going to be a process for some of these vendors, that don't currently have the permits, that they need to go through multiple steps. So our goal is to have materials that'll be translated in Spanish and in Vietnamese, in case there are some vendors that would like to to try that out. And we would have materials. We plan on having boots on the ground, people actually going out to these particular vendors to make them aware of the new rules that are coming in, but where they need to start in order to start applying for the applicable permits. Because they will need to get, if they're going to be serving food, prepared foods, they will obviously need a permit through the county. That will take some time, so we want to make sure that we're giving them ample time to do that. So we're doing that. We're looking at, potentially a workshop that will have staff, bilingual staff on hand who will be able to provide some help. That's really important because we understand that language can be a barrier. And then, of course, I know the million-dollar question is, once this is in effect, are we going to go out and automatically cite? The answer is not at this time, because everything needs to be in place before we can do that. And our goal is always going to be compliance and education. So we want to make sure that these vendors will have that opportunity to learn about what they need to do, that give them the benefit of the doubt to make the concerted effort to be in compliance, and of course for us to be out in the community to ensure that they will be in compliance. So there will be some kind of grace period or transition period before we start to cite any vendors.
So it'll take some time to get for all that process to happen.
Absolutely. Yeah. It is, again, a brand new, it is a brand new ordinance. So education and compliance, two very important factors that we need to ensure that we do outreach.
Okay. And the other question I had, I've heard some concerns about some members of the public and be able to have certain forms of ID. I was wondering, if maybe it's a legal question for city attorney. Is it unreasonable to accept another form of ID besides ID and California ID and California driver's license? Is that something that?
Is it reasonable?
Or legally, is that something that we can do?
The city could put whatever it wants in the ordinance. It would be typical to have some sort of driver's license or California ID.
Yeah. So, but what I'm saying is, there may be some folks who may not be able to acquire those two forms. Is so. I mean, the goal here, the way I see it, and I've heard concerns, and I can kind of see their point, is that the goal here is for us to have identification, and there has to be a process for them to get that form of identification. So, and there is some folks who may not be able to at this moment. I think next year there's going to be a new law changing for be able to qualify for California ID. I would like to request or propose that we accept maybe the form from the consulate identification, because the goal here is identification. That's the main goal, so we know who folks are and where they live and all that type of information. So if we apply this, is this a significant change that, that you need to come back with that amendment, or can that be done now? Is that a
Yeah.
significant amendment?
Yeah, I would say that's a substantive amendment.
Okay.
As opposed to just like a misspelling or something minor.
So that would have to, if approved, that would have to come back for a first reading.
Right. If you were to add something like that, you would do a first reading tonight and come back for a second reading at the next meeting.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, originally I was fine with the two proposed, the two ID and driver's license, but after speaking to some members of the public, I can see that that's a sensitive issue. And I mean, the goal here is identification. So I would like to approve as is, but with the amendment of being able to accept an alternate form of identification, such as a consular ID card. So that's I would like to make the motion, that current motion.
Well, with that motion, does it stop us from approving the second reading of this ordinance?
No, but there's a motion on the table. If that fails for lack of a second, or if it does get a second and then fails, you could make another motion to approve.
Okay.
Yeah.
But what,
Is there a second to the motion that Councilmember Menzo just made?
I'll make a second, but could we just add it?
Okay, go
Yes,
ahead.
I want to add to it.
but to clarify, it's to
Add.
first reading. We're going back to first reading, though.
Well, according to a city attorney, that's a significant change that we would have
Yeah.
to come back.
I think that's what the mayor was asking, so I was just clarifying.
Yeah, so the motion that's on the table, we have a second right now, is to do a first reading of the ordinance with the change that alternate IDs should be allowed, such as an ID from a consulate.
That's the motion.
Well,
And it's
is there any other comments from the council?
May I speak, Mr.
Go ahead,
Mayor?
please.
Okay. I think whatever that Council Member Carlos Manzo said is okay to me, but the most important thing that I'm concerned in is, for the safety of the resident of Westminster. One of the main factor that we have in this ordinance is we are concerned about people driving by those vendors with all kind of lighting, very distractive. They can, suddenly pull over and cause, accidents. So with all due respect to Carlos Manzo, but I think we should move on with the second reading, and we're going to revisit it, at the next time with all your proposal.
Is that your
So I'm going to make
substitute motion?
Substitute motion that we are going to move on with the second reading.
I second that. And public safety is very important. That's what we focus on in this first reading.
Okay, I would like to add to that. I know that we have a lengthy discussion last time about this already. So, right now we have a substitute motion for approving the ordinance as a second reading for this item here. So we have substitute motion, and the motion by the Vice Mayor Nguyen and seconded by Councilmember West. The substitute motion go first.
Mayor, can I just have a quick comment?
Go ahead.
Yes, I understand the 2 points that you, Vice Mayor, made, but adding another form of identification has nothing to do with safety, a safety issue. It was just it's a form of, there's no significant change to all the safety requirements that are in the ordinance. The amendment, the addition was just an ID, nothing to do with the 35 reducing or upgrading the speed limit or anything like that. It's just a form of ID.
I understand
I just want to make sure that we understand what we're talking about.
I understand your point of view, but at the same time, according to the city attorney, that it's going to be a major change, and we couldn't approve the second reading today. So, is that true, city attorney? If we incorporate that change, then we can't approve the second reading today.
Correct.
Am I correct?
The primary motion would have to be a first reading.
Okay.
Because you're making a substantive change.
So we have substitute motion. Go ahead and call for a vote, please.
Okay. So that motion was made by Vice Mayor Nguyen and seconded by Councilwoman Fan West. And that is to approve the second reading and adoption of ordinance number 2601 entitled An Ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, adding chapter 8.06 to title 8, Health and Safety of the Westminster Municipal Code, establishing a sidewalk vending regulatory scheme, repealing chapter 10.44.120, peddlers and vendors, to title 10, Vehicles and Traffic, and adding chapter 10.45, Sales of goods from vehicles, to title 10, Vehicles and Traffic, and finding the ordinance not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act, read by title only and waive further reading. So, Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Before I vote, I just want to say I'm completely in agreement with the ordinance. My only addition was another form of ID. That was the only request that I was making. So there's a lot of good things in this ordinance. I think the staff worked really hard at forming this ordinance. They're looking at every single aspect of safety for the community. So I just want to, again, thank staff, Adolfo, Ryan, he's not here, and also Russell, I remember his last name. What was his last name again? Russell, our city attorney?
Russell Miyahira.
Mayor Hira, thank you for all, you guys worked really hard on this, so I just want to thank you for that. So for the sake of this moving forward, my vote is obviously yes, but I just wanted to add those few things, so.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Okay, item 3.5, city manager, sorry about that.
So we have a few guests today that we'd like to present the proclamations to, so we just would need council's blessing on the proclamations, and then we'll go ahead.
Motion to approve proclamation.
Second.
Okay, we have motion by the mayor, Mayor Nguyen, and second by Councilmember Menzo.
Okay, that motion was made by Mayor Nguyen and seconded by Councilmember Monzo, and that is to approve the following proclamations. Proclamation National Police Week, May 14th to the 20th of 2023, and Proclamation National Public Works Week, May 21st through the 27th of 2023, and Proclamation 50th Anniversary of America's Prisoners of War in Vietnam, May 23rd to the 25th of 2023. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
At this time, I would like to invite all the council members to come down to the podium with me to present a special award to proclamation to National Police Week and also National Public Works Week, as well as the 50th anniversary of American Prisoner of War in Vietnam. I would like to first invite the police representative, and then Public Works, and then follow the Prisoner of War representative. Thank you.
Yes. So the 50th anniversary of America's Prisoner of War, they weren't able to stay for their proclamation, but they'll be coming the next time to accept it, yes. But yes, at this time, Chief Lanier and officers.
Testing, okay, good. All right, we have the proclamation for National Police Week, starting with May 14th to May 20th, 2023. All right. Whereas the City of Westminster recognizes and honors the selfless and heroic service provided by the men and women of the Westminster Police Department. And whereas the City of Westminster relies on law enforcement officers and community service aides to keep our neighborhoods safe, enforce our laws, and respond in time of crisis. And whereas everyday law enforcement officers throughout the nation face the threat of violence and danger, routinely putting their lives in jeopardy to defend others, putting themselves at the risk of injury, disability, and even death. And Whereas the Westminster Police Department has made and continue to make important change in policy, policing, and transparency, including the enhancement of services with professional development opportunities, leadership training, community outreach, bias-based training, use the force of investigations, crime analysis, and community-based policing initiative. And whereas these men and women of the Westminster Police Department, by their distinctive service and dedicated effort as law enforcement officers and community service aides, have earned our highest respect and deepest gratitude. Now, therefore, I, Chi Charlie Nguyen, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of Vice Mayor Nam Quan Nguyen and Council members Amy Fan West, Carlos Manzo, and Kimberly Ho, do hereby proclaim that the week of May 14 to 2023 as National Police Week, and urge all citizens to join in commemorating law enforcement officers, past and present, who by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibility and their invaluable contribution in upholding justice, enforcing the rule of law, and protecting the innocent, have established for themselves an inviolable and enduring reputation for preserving the rights and security of all citizens. Signed and date this 10th day of May 2023 by City Council, and Chi Charlie Nguyen, Mayor, which is me, and then Nam Quan Nguyen, Vice Mayor for District 4, Amy Fan West, Council Member District 1, Carlos Manzo, Council Member District 2, and Kimberly Ho, Council Member District 3. Congratulations. You want to say something? Anyone to say something? Carlos, you want to say something? No? Okay. So, can we move on? Oh, you want to say something? Oh. Okay, Councilmember West want to say something.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all you guys do. You guys do an amazing job, and unfortunately, Sacramento is tying your guys' hand, and we understand that. That's why we as council are standing with you guys for public safety. And thank you for all you guys do. Know that you guys are family to us, and we love you guys. We will always stand with you guys, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I just want to say something. Thank you, WPD, for being a part of and for keeping us safe. We are very indebted to you. Our citizens are also indebted to you. And of course, really, Chief Lanier should be in this picture. But it's absolutely okay. But you're standing there, so I'd like to, my hat's off to you, and we thank you so much for everything. And I know we've been feeling very good since your leadership, since you've been here. Thank you again.
Next is a proclamation for National Public Works Week, and it starts from May 21st to May 27, 2023. May I invite Public Works representative to come too. Wow, we have a big crowd here. Thank you very much for being here. All right, we are proud to have you here. Thank you so very much. Love to have you here. We can, move up a little, right? Okay. So again, thank you all for being here tonight. And this is a proclamation for National Public Works Week, and it's May 21st to May 27, 2023. So, whereas the public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of the city of Westminster. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts from public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, and are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste system, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential to our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in Westminster to gain knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas 2023 marks the 63rd annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association, Canadian Public Works Association, and whereas the City of Westminster proudly celebrates this week of the second annual Public Works Open House event, which will take place on May 20th, May 2023, this is coming up, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Westminster Corporation Yard. Now, therefore, I, Charlie Nguyen, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of Vice Mayor Nam Quan Nguyen and Council Member Amy Van West, Council Member Carlos Menzo, Council Member Kimberly Ho, do hereby proclaim the week of May 21st to 27, 2023 at National Public Works Week, and urge all citizens to join with the representative of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to celebrate our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contribution they make to protect our national health, safety, and quality of life. So it's signed and dated this 10th day of May 2023 by City Council. And Chi Charlie Nguyen as Mayor, Nam Quan Nguyen, Vice Mayor, District 4, Amy Van West, Council Member, District 1, Carlos Menzo, Council Member, District 2, and Kimberly Ho, Council Member, District 3. Congratulations. Well, I want to take this moment to invite Director of Public Works to announce what is it, open house coming up?
Yes. Well, thank you, mayors and city council. I just want to thank to provide the proclamation to Public Works. It's my honor and privilege to work with this Public Works resilient team. They are a group of professionals, basically pretty much dedicate themselves to maintain our infrastructure, but also to provide the best services to our residents and the community. So tonight, I just want to have, they have the right to celebrate this recognition. So thank you very much. But I also want to invite our residents to our second annual Public Works Open House on May 20th, Saturday, May 20th, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. It's going to be a fun and informative event. The resident can come and learn about the services that Public Works provides and also get to know these awesome team right here. And so please come, it's gonna be fun. And thank you, Mayor and the City Council, for your continuous support of Public Works Department. Thank you very much. Oh.
And you are invited. You are invited, and every one of us have the right to, to come out and then spread the news and and invite people to come on May 20th, right? May 20th from 9 to 3, right? Thank you very much. And Councilmember Emily Van West want to speak.
And you know what Jake said is correctly. That's correct, because you guys are men on the ground. You guys, whenever I bring things to your attention, Jake and your team, you guys are on it. You guys are, go to the situation and clean the mess or whatever needs to be done. You guys do it. So you guys get your hands dirty, and you guys are amazing. Thank you for all you do for the city.
Well, I just want to say, isn't that amazing? I was just, one of the comments, and I second it, is that one of the residents said to me that you guys belong on, like, maybe you should think about making like a men's calendar. Public Works, Westminster men, So I know people are talking about having the OCFA calendar, but, our Public Works men are pretty good looking. So how about that? So I just want to thank you. And the other thing is that you put on great parties. So I don't know if I call it open house. Open house sounds so boring, but come to the party of the year. Thank you so much, and congratulations.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that the Vice Mayor as well as the Councilmember Menzo will have everything to say, a lot of things to say about the great work that you guys put in. So let's go with.
I think that's a good idea, Councilmember Ho. We need some. I think that would be great, so we can get some good food for the corporate open house. Very good. So, thank you guys. You guys know how I feel about you. You guys are rock stars in our communities. Just thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just a few words. Congratulations, you guys. A few words to recognize your hard work. I've been getting emails, complaints from residents, and once I forward it to Director Jake Ngoro here, he get it done quickly. And without, with the help of you guys. So again, thank you for doing great works, and that's it. Okay, thank you.
Let's put our hand together for the rest of these people who put in a lot of effort here.
My name's Dan. I'm president of WMEA. We are Public Works, and we'd like to take this moment to say thank you guys for the time that you spend up here, the Wednesdays that you sacrifice, and the faith that you do put in us. And we're here to be part of the solution, and that's all we want to be. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, congratulations. Do you have anything to say? Or, okay, that's it. Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So again, thank you very much. It was amazing to have a chance to recognize these agencies for their hard work. Next is the regular business, and we start with item 5.1.
Mayor?
Yes.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt you. I have a special request from an elected official in our community. He's the president of the Westminster School Board. Okay. I would, can please honor a request. Let him have a couple of minutes to speak on something that he was disturbed by, that he asked me if we can allow him a couple of minutes to speak. Can we honor that request for him?
This is our regular, normal schedule. Usually, if he has this, he can come up, he can come a time that we have oral communication.
No.
And I don't know why it's late for the oral communication and now it's a special request. If we do this, it will continue to do so, and I can't reject from anybody. So at this point here, I suggest not to, and if he can come back.
It was just a
next,
special
meeting.
request.
Okay, so you want to make a motion if you want to,
that's why I'm asking if we can honor it. So I'll make a motion to allow the president of the Westminster School Board a couple minutes to speak. It's not going to.
Just remember
a couple
that.
minutes.
Thank you. Just remember that if we do this and we open up for the next speakers.
If it's going to be a problem,
I think Carlo Menzo always say we're not special. So if we give someone special privilege, it's going to open a can of worms for other people's special privilege.
Okay.
So is there a second to that motion?
I second.
Okay. I make a substitute motion not to honor that, because it's not that I have any personal with you, but if we open this one up, it will open up a can of worms, like Councilmember West said. So I motion not to.
A second.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion not to honor that request.
That motion was made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Nguyen, not to honor the oral communications. So, Councilwoman Van West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
No.
Councilmember Ho?
Okay. So your motion's to deny?
Well, a substitute motion, yeah.
The substitute motion
yeah.
to deny.
That's right. What's the problem?
No, I was just thinking, well, I will vote no on that. Thank you.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 3-2 with Councilmember Monzo and Councilmember Ho voting no.
Okay, next is regular business, and it's item 5.1, continue from April 26, 2023, regular meeting, strategic plan goal number 1, achieve financial stability, strategic plan objective, present to the City Council ideas for improving traffic and parking conditions in Little Saigon, including information on the parking structures. I believe that this is from staff, right? Yes, thank you.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Adolfo Zaida. I'm the Assistant City Manager for the City of Westminster, and it's my pleasure to present to you item 5.1, which is continued from April 26, 2023, strategic plan goal number 1 to achieve financial stability. The objective that we're going to be focusing on tonight is present to the City Council ideas for improving traffic and parking conditions in Little Saigon, including providing information on the parking structure. So we have a very colorful presentation we're excited to bring to you. Can we switch over now? It's thinking. Try it again. They're coming. It's a big ask. Do we need technical support? first picture worked.
Okay. Well, we have technical problems, issues, so we will take 5 minutes recess. Thank you very much for your patience.
We can go this if we need to. I have hard copy. Plan B? Okay, let's see if we can get that.
Maybe they can fix that description on YouTube too.
have to roll call again, right? Okay, all right. We're waiting for me to.
The AC's on front. It feels better.
Okay. Oh, we are live. Please come back. Yes. I don't know where council member. Oh, he's back. Yes. I would like to convene the meeting from the recess. So let's continue with the staff report for 5.1. Please go ahead.
Mayor, if we may do roll
I'm sorry.
call?
Yes, right. I'm sorry. We need to make a roll call. So roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
Yes, I'm here.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Here.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Here.
and Councilmember Ho. All members of the council present.
Thank you very much. Staff, please continue, Mr. Assistant City Manager.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We're back now. We had a little technical difficulty, but we're back. So it's my pleasure to be here tonight to talk about the strategic plan goal for achieving financial stability. A little bit about me. Before I came to the city, I worked as a consultant, and I worked for cities all over Southern California and the Western United States. And cities that had strategic plans, I worked on projects that came out of those strategic plans. And as I drive through those communities, many years later, those projects and those programs have been implemented. So this works, and I'd like to thank the city manager for bringing this to our city. And this really holds us all accountable, members of the public who participate, the elected officials and staff. It keeps us on track and keeps us moving forward by establishing these periodic updates and leading towards our ultimate goals. Tonight, we're going to talk a little bit about, let's switch over. The item tonight is present to the City Council ideas for improving traffic and parking conditions in Little Saigon, including information on a parking structure. So that's what we're here to talk about tonight. The presentation is going to cover a few points. It's a very graphic, rich presentation, and I've done that purposely. A lot of this work began last year prior to Councilwoman Amy Fan West joining us, as well as Vice Mayor Nam Quan Nguyen joining us. So it's a little bit, some of the graphics you've seen before, but it's always good to refresh everybody's mind on what we're trying to accomplish as a community. So we're going to talk, I presented a little bit on the strategic plan background. We're going to talk about the general plan vision, because that is the overarching legal document that is moving our city forward. We're going to talk about regional policy. We like to think we have local control over everything, but we don't. unfortunately. It's good and bad. In this particular case, it's just an extra challenge. So I'll go over a little bit of that. We're going to touch on the Little Saigon blueprint. Not spend too much time on it. I know the city manager would like to come back with something that focuses specifically on the blueprint, but we're going to touch on that. And then finally, strategic plan implementation. So again, the strategic plan established 3-year goals. These are the 4 goals that we're currently working on today: achieving financial stability, developing and implementing specific plans for the Little Saigon, downtown, and west side, attracting, developing, and retaining well-qualified staff, as well as improving customer service and delivery to the community. As I stated before, tonight we're going to talk about Goal 1. We're presenting to the City Council ideas on improving traffic and parking. We all know the significance of Little Saigon. It is a tourist destination. We see it every year. We see it every weekend. That is a very, very busy part of town, and we do believe that a lot of the success of the city will go through the city's visioning of that, of what goes on in Little Saigon. In 2016, this City Council adopted a general plan vision. The general plan vision, these are excerpts from the general plan, to further develop an international cultural destination. It specifically identified the Bolsa Avenue corridor as a mixed-use district, an active walkable area, distinctive and unique urban design. This is what we envisioned in 2016. The city spent $1 million on the general plan update required by law, put a lot of effort into it, and we actually earned awards and recognitions for the level of outreach that went into that. So when we talk about the general plan vision, the general plan update was a comprehensive, almost a year-long project where we engaged members of the community, stakeholders, elected officials, planning commissioners. Everybody came together. We even had a special committee that was formed to regularly move this vision forward. This is the mixed-use district in Little Saigon. The next presentation that I'll be presenting also tonight really focuses on these mixed-use districts, but this is the mixed-use district, Little Saigon, as you can see here. We're going to talk a little about regional policy. The Orange County Master Plan of Arterial Highways, which is the overarching document for how transportation operates in the county.
Can I stop you right there?
Yes, sir.
I see like District 5. What is District 5? District 5?
I will go over it in a little bit. It'll make sense. It's just the label for now. The general plan update identified 6 districts, and I think they were just numbered based on proximity on a map. But we'll go over that in a little bit. That's a good question. So the regional policy states that the roadways in the county, the Orange County Master Plan of Arterial Highways focuses on certain roadways that must remain viable corridors throughout the county for the betterment, movement of goods, people, and safety. It is overseen by OCTA. It really protects OCTA's arterial street network. It keeps one city from essentially closing a street, reducing it down to 1 lane in each direction, making it a one-way street, doing anything that may be out of the norm. It does take that ability away from a local jurisdiction, and it leaves it at the county level. So we do believe in the Orange County Master Plan of Arterial Highways. If you ever drove to Riverside in the early 2000s, it took you about 2.5 hours to get to anywhere in Riverside. They didn't put as much focus into building this regional transportation network. Orange County was very smart. All our predecessors did a really good job in essentially looking at the problems in LA and making sure that those problems didn't happen here. So we ended up with very, very built out roadway networks. This is the map of the OCTA Master Plan of Arterial Highways. In there, on the bottom left, is our corridor area. So as you can see, Bolsa is designated as one of these corridors. It does not allow us to have total control over what we end up doing with the roadway, but there is a process through OCTA, and we've been able to do that successfully here. If you drive down Garden Grove Boulevard, that corridor was slated to be 4 lanes at one point, and the studies kept coming back showing that 4 lanes really wasn't justified or necessary, and now we have a very beautiful bikeway project that was grant funded that is going in. We had to go through the OCTA amendment process to officially change this map to reflect that we would end up with 2 lanes out there instead of the 4 lanes, right? So there is a process. The real focus is existing conditions. So I'll throw out a question. Feel free to answer it. No pressure. So how much of a city's area is roadways? Any guesses? I'm looking at you, Carlos.
Like square footage wise or what?
What percentage of the entire city is made up of roadways?
In our city, it's more than 50%.
Very good answer.
How much? 20?
20 to 30%. So that's very common. In some cities, it's even bigger than that, right? So when you think about our roadways, you think about how much area is allocated to just moving vehicles. That's it, right? In Orange County, we're just moving vehicles. When we look at exercises like this, we want to stimulate the economy, we want to stimulate development, and we don't have control over private property. We do as far as zoning and general plan and all that. But if we start to change the way the roadways look and feel, that essentially goes on to improve, or it leads to other opportunities as far as the adjacent properties are concerned. So keeping that in mind, we have the existing conditions on the Bolsa corridor. It's a major roadway according to the OCTA MPAH. It's a 6-lane arterial, 3 lanes in each direction, and there's no on-street parking. The average daily traffic is 30,000 ADT. I'll teach you a trick. 10% of that is the peak hour, right? So about 3,000 vehicles during the peak hour, which is the busiest hour of the day, right? Now, when I worked on projects on the west side, they were in the 50s and 60s. It's a lot of traffic. I know Councilmember Ho grew up on the west side, went to UCLA. Those are busy streets. Westwood, they're moving traffic, and the peak hour isn't just 1 hour. It's like 12 hours of the day. It is just busy and moving traffic. So in Orange County, we do have a different feel for how we define a lot of traffic, right? So it does vary, and it's relative. So 30,000 vehicles per day, it's a good roadway, it moves a lot of traffic, but if we're out there before the shops open, there's not a lot of traffic. And what we're seeing today in a modern society is we get in our cars, we plug in where we're going, and the GPS tells us where to go. A lot of people are driving through our cities, not to come to our city, but to get through our city. This is one of those corridors that in the morning hours, even in the evening hours, a lot of people are just moving through there. Saturday in the middle of the day, different story. A lot of folks are coming to the shops, right? So keep in mind that all 6 lanes are not utilized 12 hours a day like they are in other parts of the country, or California, or even the region. So part of what we're talking about today in order to stimulate development and re-envisioning the way that the corridor operates is essentially an urban redesign of the Bolsa corridor. This is a little bit of a photo simulation. Those cars were never there. We just copied and pasted them on. So this is the 6-lane roadway I just talked about. And this is what it could look like if you introduce parking, introduce a little bit of separation between the vehicles that are going 30 miles per hour, 40 miles per hour, and the sidewalks. This represents a 4-lane facility. It increases parking along Little Saigon corridor by about 450 vehicles just on the street. So as you can see, that's a huge gain. That's, as we talk about parking issues and parking problems in Little Saigon, this jolt of parking in the area would be very much a benefit to the shops. The average daily speeds, when you reduce the number of lanes and introduce parking, by default, people tend to drive a little bit slower, so we would go out. Inevitably, it would make the roadway a slower moving roadway. That's just the way traffic engineering and transportation engineering works. I do want to mention that as part of this, one of the things you gain, right, when you have a transportation engineer on staff or you have that specialty within the city's structure is this isn't just a pretty graphic. We actually ran engineering calculations to show that this would actually work and that it would not be detrimental to the intersections or to safety in the area. We did do that, and I did have that looked over by a third-party colleague of mine who can attest to that statement. Now, can it be done, right? So I didn't label this, but actually it's labeled. This is a PCH over by Fashion Island. So when you talk about taking a 6-lane arterial and converting it to a 4-lane arterial, it can be done, and in fact, PCH is a much higher volume moving, higher speed. New travelers, tourists, a lot of different movement on PCH. This is one side of in South County, right in front of Fashion Island. And when I show this figure, it looks like it's La Jolla, it looks like it's somewhere else. It's actually just on the other side of that same intersection. The only thing that separates this roadway and this roadway is a traffic signal. That's where you transition into what is the image there is Corona Del Mar. So I keep going back and forth. As we look at this, I don't want to walk on it. I don't want to be there with a stroller. I don't want to ride a bike on the sidewalk. It's a 6-lane roadway. It's a fast-moving roadway. When you look at this opportunity here, like I said, walking distance from the previous slide, you now have street furniture, you have lighting, you have the opportunity for public art, you have a slower roadway overall, and it just changes the nature of the roadway. And it potentially can stimulate development that is more conducive to what we're trying to accomplish, as was laid out in the general plan. So I did want to point that out. And now, in addition to the general plan identifying these as goals, we did have a study that was funded through a grant in the city. It was the Little Saigon Blueprint. Like I said, we're going to come back and talk a little bit more about what the next steps are. But the Little Saigon Blueprint, we looked at some of the goals were to bring in a community outreach leader, to establish management entities for Little Saigon, to bring in possibilities for cleaning up the corridor through volunteerism, which is one of the things that was also identified, developing a district logo and a brand for Little Saigon, implementing a marketing strategy, a civic art program. I know we've talked about beautification, public art, changing the way that the roadway looks. There's a lot of metal out there in the form of utility cabinets, possibly introducing art. I know Councilmember Manzo's talked to us about public art many times over the years, something we're working towards. But these are all things that were identified in the blueprint. But on the last slide, it does identify the creation of parking. So again, the general plan update, the strategic plan, the blueprint, all of it points towards we need to embrace the possibilities of what Little Saigon can become. We are deficient in parking. What are we going to do to introduce those changes? And again, street furniture, landscaping on Bolsa Avenue. At this time, I'd like to introduce Chris Wong, who will be talking a little bit about the Little Saigon parking structure that is currently a project within the planning division. You want to take over, Chris?
Sure. Thank you, Adolfo. As Adolfo said, there's been talks about doing a parking structure in Little Saigon, and the seeds for the development of that parking structure date back to 2008, when the City Council and the city initiated a study to examine the feasibility of mixed use on Moran Street, which ultimately resulted in about 2 years of community outreach and engagement. And finally, the City Council adopted the Moran Street specific plan in 2011. And that particular document established a unique set of development standards and regulations that apply to the geographic area along Moran Street in Little Saigon. It's the properties that flank Moran Street and are bounded on the north by Bolsa and on the south by Bishop Avenue, and includes the Asian Garden Mall. And part of the Moran Street specific plan vision was to increase the amount of parking in the area through a parking structure. And so a lot of the development standards in the specific plan address the future parking needs and have standards and regulations for parking structures and the design of the parking structure. And as you can see, some of the conceptual illustrations even show parking structures envisioned in this particular area. Cut to the present day, the current property owner of the Asian Garden Mall is actually interested in now developing a multi-story parking structure. So the City Council has, with their vision, has put in place the standards to actually make that happen. So city staff has actually been talking with the property owner and a consultant to prepare a project description to bring that multi-story parking structure to fruition. That project description has not quite been finalized yet. We've been, again, working with the property owner. And the next step is to actually have the property owner submit plans and a formal application to the planning division and to begin the environmental assessment, which that project will eventually come to the council. So I'll turn it back over to Adolfo.
Mm-hmm. So the parking structure for that area was identified as a viable solution to stimulate the development along West 8 and Moran Street. So the lots are small, and the only uses that are allowed that meet the parking code would be uses like auto body or trophy shops, things of that nature, right? Not your retail, not your shopping and dining experience. So as people want to transition to that, the lots are small. It's difficult for them to meet the parking. It's too expensive for them to go underground and meet the parking underground or above the shop. So the parking garage would allow for parking codes to be met, because you would be essentially turning into potentially a restaurant, just say, and then you would be allocating the parking, you would be buying into parking in the parking structure. It's no different than downtown Brea. I've been to downtown Brea, same sort of idea. So thank you for that, Chris. As far as the implementation of the strategic plan, I did want to talk about, these are some action items that need to, we're looking for support from the council to move forward on. So exploring the OCTA MPH amendment possibilities. That is, it's a request to OCTA. It used to be a very, very expensive and drawn out. It was kind of it was a process to nowhere for many years. When I first came to Orange County 18 years ago, they were holding the roadway network very, very tight, and they were saying, yeah, there's a process, but literally it was a process to nowhere. It has since evolved due to the input of transportation professionals throughout the county. OCTA has been very accommodating in establishing a process to move forward. We've successfully done that on Garden Grove, Trask, Edwards during our Safe Routes to School walks the other day. Mayor Nguyen, you remember them talking about doing potentially doing Edwards to reducing it from Trask to Westminster Boulevard. So all of those pieces start to fall in. We did it on Hoover as well. That project is coming. So there is we have success in doing it. We know how to do it. It's not as expensive as it used to be, but it is something that I will have to retain a transportation consultant to help me with. And then outreach through the blueprint, that is kind of the next step. Is we will be back to talk more about the blueprint and what else we're going to be doing more holistically regarding the blueprint. But outreach is important. Having folks get excited about the possibility of Bolsa becoming a more walkable corridor. Like I envision the intersection of Saigon, if we go in this direction, to be a pedestrian scramble zone. You see those all over. You see them in orange, where essentially pedestrians are able to cross with no vehicles moving. Very safe, everybody gets out of the way, and then you move vehicles again, right? It's hard to do when you have a 6-lane roadway, but this is just part of the strategies that we have. Right in front of UCLA Medical Center, they have a ped scramble area in Westwood. So they can do it in Westwood, they can do it in Orange, we can do it here. It's just a matter of being willing to explore possibilities, and with that, spur the redevelopment that we want to see along these corridors that are destinations. Also, as part of the outreach, we would bring on board an urban design consultant that could get business owners, property owners excited about essentially re-envisioning the way that the frontage is laid out. Right now, it is a sea of parking. And as I showed you in the Corona Del Mar example, or if you walk down Colorado Boulevard in Pasadena, the parking is, you can't see the parking. Instead, you see the shops, you see the windows, you see people dining on the sidewalks. That's the kind of development that we're looking to bring to that area. And then support the parking structure, support for the parking structure via the development process. It is private property. It is a private property project that is being proposed. So we have very little control other than work with the owner of Asian Garden Mall to move that project forward as quickly as possible. And I know our planners have already connected them with a personal planner. So Mr. Frank Zhao has hired a personal planner through us that moves the process forward. And again, something I want to make very clear, it's not the city's process, it is the California Environmental Quality Act process, right? We often say the city has a process. It's not the city's process. We're moving him through the California process, and it's a legal process. And bringing support staff through our planning, we have a consultant that is paid for by the developer, right? So our planners will they've hired a planner that comes on board, is focused solely on that project, and then we collect money up front and we're made whole, but the project moves forward quicker, and our planners are not distracted by that big project and then not able to focus on the smaller projects that come through the counter. So that is the conclusion of my presentation. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer questions. Chris is here as well.
I want to thank you, staff, for a very detailed report. There's no doubt that there's much effort that you guys put into this, and thank you for keeping up with the schedule. The strategic plan that we have, a schedule that we have to meet. And at the same time, we want to apologize for pushing it out for the last couple meetings. But you know, we get to it now. So
Absolutely.
And also, when I read your the report here, this report satisfies the objective of strategic plan goal number 1 by providing a path forward to improving traffic and parking in Little Saigon, including information regarding to parking structure and on private property. I totally agree with you on that. So, you know, I welcome if there's any comment from council member here, but I move to approve.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Adolfo, so
Yes.
I do see the plan, it looks amazing. But I do have a question regarding Bosa Street. There is a lot of traffic. That is the most traveled street in Little Saigon. If we're gonna reduce the lane from 3 to 2, I understand you want it be slower, but then they will be creating traffic. Where would you redirect people to go?
So part of the study, right? Part of the study that OCTA will want to see, and it's a transportation planning study that essentially answers that question. So you put into a computer model the 6-lane facility, and then you look at how much traffic is there. You know where these traffic is coming through. The data provided, it lets you know how many people are even coming to the region, how many people are going through the region. So the idea would be for people that are going through the region and not interacting with Bolsa, they would be diverted to another major corridor. But this is a tourist destination, so this would be more the destination traffic during the core hours of the shops.
Yeah, because many times when I drive down Bosa, I mean, I try to dodge from that area just because there's so much traffic, as you know. So I just don't see how that's gonna fix the traffic problem. It's gonna cost more.
Well, what ends up happening, and part of the study that comes back, because it's very data-driven, we would be able to tell you, so little devices are installed along the Bolsa corridor, and they essentially read your iPhone location. You'll get tagged as you enter, and it keeps track of whether you stay on the corridor, stop on the corridor, or keep going through the corridor. So we'll be able to answer questions about if traffic is diverted, right? How much traffic is truly coming to the area to shop and interact on Bolsa, and how much traffic is actually is just looking for the quickest route, which will find another avenue to go down. For example, Westminster Boulevard, stay on the freeway, stay on the 405, all those sorts of decisions.
Okay. Have you guys talked to the resident along that area? Because I would hate for them to be so upset that there's so much traffic around.
We have not. Part of the strategy next would be to do the assessment and then initiate some form of outreach.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. The process to accomplish in the 4-lane division that you just described through the MPAH
process.
What is that process, and how long do you think it would take?
When we did the process for the bike facilities that we entered into the city, I think from beginning to end, it was close to between 1.5 years and 2 years.
2 years. Okay.
So we have to do the analysis, work with OCTA to make sure that they sign off on the analysis. We need support letters from adjacent jurisdictions. So we look to the elected officials, if you support this idea, to talk to your neighbors, all our neighboring councils, to get them excited about this type of project. Remember, the picture I showed you before is Corona Del Mar traffic going right, PCH traffic going right through Corona Del Mar. It's just a different experience that folks will experience as they go through a reduced corridor.
Yes, I mean, we've all experienced that. And then also, too, another point to make is that, you know, when folks type in a location on their GPS or phone, you know, that algorithm finds the quickest route, right? So naturally, a lot of that traffic that's trying to get from point A to point B through this corridor, their algorithm would send them in a different direction.
Correct.
So some of that traffic that you currently see will not go through there anymore. So Yeah, I mean, I've always envisioned, we've all have, and we've all for many, many years have always heard about that. We're trying to have Little Saigon be a real tourist attraction, a tourist destination, not just from folks out of the state, but surrounding cities to want to come to Westminster, come to Little Saigon, and have it be a form of entertainment, dining, and all these things. And there's always been a lot of talk about it. And it takes change. It takes courage to create that change. And in order for that change to happen, it takes leadership to happen. And we have to, make that tough decision to change is one of the hardest things in life to do. And people are so comfortable with it now. But unless you create that change and you make that change, then the change will never happen. So, I think reducing it, I've spoken to you about my vision as far as making that more pedestrian friendly. It would also allow for opportunity for businesses to expand closer to the pathway, the walking pedestrian way, just like the picture, the example you showed. There is, and that would bring in a lot more surrounding community from surrounding areas and definitely tourists. So. What can we do now? Like, what can we, on this list, you have a few bullet points as far as what you envision, you appoint Little Saigon community outreach leader, those kind of things. I thought we already had, I know we were recruiting for one a while back ago.
Yeah, I'd rather not get into the blueprint discussion, the implementation, which is, I don't know if you want to put the slide back up.
Okay, then what about
to answer your question, because I think you asked the question about implementation, so I can answer that.
Okay.
I do appreciate your comments. I have to make bold statements. It's my job to make bold statements. You're not going to change the land use along Bolsa with a 6-lane corridor.
No, I know that.
That's just not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
That's just not going to. The pedestrian experience will be enhanced because you'll be crossing 4 lanes instead of 6 lanes. So there's safety. Are you valuing mobility over pedestrian experience? Right. So those are the difficult questions, and it's a tough spot for any elected to be in. But those are the statements that I have to make because I've seen it work in other cities. You drive down Artesia in the little India corridor, same thing. You go from 6 lanes to 4, and all of a sudden you see the Rolex shop and you see the spice shop, and you want to pull in and you want to stop and be there, as opposed to just flying through at 50, right? So those are the things that I want you to keep in mind. Going to the implementation page. No, don't want to switch to it. That's okay. So exploring the OCTA, MPH possibilities, I can get that started with dialogue with staff at OCTA right away. That's easy. Outreach through the blueprint, I do think our city manager has plans to come back to you with a more comprehensive approach to essentially coming into Little Saigon and talking about the possibilities, this being one of them, getting people excited about changing the way that pedestrian and environment is. That's something that it will be coming to you soon. Retaining a traffic consultant, once I scope out with OCTA what they're looking for as far as the level of analysis, then we'd be coming back to council with a request, if it is over the city manager's signing limit, which I don't believe it will be, essentially retaining a traffic consultant to do the analysis to present the findings to OCTA. And then it's just us staying engaged, getting those support letters from adjacent jurisdictions. Like, we support you on your downtown projects if you support us, right? Because it's mutually beneficial for the whole region to thrive. And then really working with the private property owner, and that is out of our hands. If you want to talk a little bit more about the timeline for the parking structure, we can possibly do that through an items of interest. But there's only so much we can do to move forward a private development project. The project is in the hands of the owner, and that's as it should be. It's his project, it's his property. Yeah. We're just here to facilitate it. So the project description for the parking structure has taken longer than it should have. Mr. Frank Zhao will agree to that. I can tell you it's not city staff. It's just taken longer than it needs to. So working with the property owner to fine-tune his project development team and making sure that we're there to move it forward. I think we can move quickly on the structure.
I understand all that about private property. My thing is, what can we do? Like, what can we do to get the ball rolling? And that's what we need to focus on, the things that we can control.
We as a city?
Yes. As a
Yes,
city.
we as a city, I'm looking forward to moving forward with OCTA and letting them know that we're serious about this. That is the first step, letting OCTA know we're serious about an MPH amendment. We're going to come back to you with an analysis. We hope that you're going to review it, and we hope that you're going to go to they got to go through 2 boards to get it approved. That in itself is a process that we can be moving forward on.
Okay, and then what about these other bullet points as far as the, I mean, to me, the easier ones, I'll just read the easier ones, establish a civic arts program and then develop a Little Saigon district brand and logo. I mean, can we
You wanna
get
talk a little
started
bit
on
about that, Christine?
those issues, those items?
So as far as Little Saigon Blueprint, about a year and a half ago, the city presented, there was some outreach and surveying done from a community group, and it was before, our involvement or Adolfo and my involvement with it. And there were some findings that were, that were presented on what, the results of this survey. And, the top priority for that was marketing and branding, developing a logo, et cetera. To develop a comprehensive logo branding program does cost a substantial amount of money. But after I took over and Adolfo, took over in our roles, we looked at the Little Saigon Blueprint, and we had questions about whether the blueprint really captured the needs of that Little Saigon area. We started looking at how these people who provided their input, how they were selected, like who were they and how they were selected to provide the input. Are they really as connected to Little Saigon, overall? We spent some time and talked to the consultant that led that process. And in talking with that consultant, I felt, being connected with this community, that there was a level of, for lack of a better term, tone deafness that came about, that I felt like we needed to reevaluate that Little Saigon Blueprint. We did have a position that was grant funded, which was a Little Saigon coordinator. That position we did fly it out and do a recruitment for it. And we basically came out with no qualified candidates. And that was a position that we really need to look at and reimagine it so that it would fit the needs of the Little Saigon community. Someone that's, that's, again, very familiar with the Little Saigon area, with the Vietnamese culture, with the challenges that we have, et cetera, in which we will probably be coming back to council at some point with a reimagined, vision for that position, whether it's creating, it's not a part-time position, but it needs to be a full-time position. We would, expand their role and responsibilities. If you remember, when the position was initially presented, there was a specific comment that said, oh, it could be a college student. And that's actually not what we need out on Little Saigon, interacting with these businesses and having that, foresight, perspective, whatever's required. So there are a lot of components of that Little Saigon Blueprint that I felt needed to be reevaluated. And that's why it's taken a bit of, some time. And we'll present that, we hope to present that in the next, in the next 2 months or so with what we feel are priorities within that Little Saigon Blueprint.
Yeah. No, I mean, I know it was a big process when I was created with the consultant Street Sense, I think it was, and so there was a lot of communication in the community with that program, with that consultant. So I think we are moving in the right direction. I just want to make sure that we continue and we don't lose track, because like I said, I'm sure the mayor knows more than anybody here that conversation's been going on for years and years, and it's just nothing's come about it. And if we want change, we need to be the change. So we want to create that. We need to be the ones to bring that change.
I think the first, there were some designs that were recommended as suggestions for design and a look. But as we're talking about, if we're talking about facade improvements, we're talking about, changing the look of the corridor, et cetera, that may be something that's reflective within the art that's chosen. But ultimately, the first ask that we would have from the council would be, some kind of marketing consultant. There are, quite a few out there. And, to do a full-on package, brand package, we're looking, I'm looking at just a rough estimate of at least, tens of thousands of dollars just for the market, just for the branding portion of it, whether it's the design, the implementation, and, rolling that out. So it would cost some substantial amount of money. But that would most likely be the first thing that gets brought to you, as we start rolling out components of that blueprint.
So for tonight's purpose, you just want us to, it's just a receive and file, but you also want direction, right?
Well, we'd like your support moving forward,
for sure.
because
Which is-
eventually we will be spending money in trying to meet the OCTA MPH requirements. It's not something that we can do in-house. It's not something they like us doing in-house. They like a third-party expert to come through. So we will be spending money. Most of it is under the city manager's authority to do so. It's not an expensive endeavor.
Well, you got my support.
So should receive and file will get you into that direction?
Yes, so tonight, of course, with any comments that you have and feedback that you have regarding what's been presented, it's really a receive and file, because, as part of the strategic plan, the council has committed to moving forward with this objective. But if there's anything that is, absolutely glaring that you want to comment on, or there's something that's absolutely critical that you'd like us to redirect ourselves to within this objective, now would be a good time.
Yeah, unless there are any recommendation, or else we have motion on the floor.
I have a second, but I have a question. Would some of the research be done on the right-of-ways, the sidewalks, as far as any changes there? Is either adding trees or adding street furniture? I mean, all that would be included, or is that a separate?
So that's a
yeah.
Yes, the answer is simple answer, yes. So yes, there's a few things, right? So this effort would help us get folks excited about achieving the vision, right? There's also the objective design standards. That's a part of something that the planning department is working on. There's going to be a community meeting in May, Alice? In May, that you will be finding out. We're just getting it squared away. And essentially what that does is, if you've walked in front of the crossings, and all of us have been around the crossings, and you look at the sidewalk, you look at, it doesn't feel like you're walking through a normal sidewalk in Westminster. That study is a more comprehensive look at all of the mixed-use districts in the area. So that will fold right into creating that vision. Redefining the way that the sidewalk looks, the way it operates, the distances, the required minimum distances from the edge of the sidewalk to the building. Essentially start that conversation as a citywide effort. But yes, it would also be applicable to here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it seemed to me like there's no other comments, so.
Charlie, can I
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay. Just for record, I've been working with Adolfo, and he already showed me this project. And surprisingly, this project matched my vision. So I'm very happy to, I'm very glad that the city take proactive step to move the city forward. Just like our council member Carlos Manso mentioned, we need to create some of the tourist attraction, so we can bring more tourists, bring more revenue to the cities. So with that, I think I fully support the project. Yeah.
Great.
So do we have a motion on the floor?
Yeah, we have motions.
And second, right? Okay. Thank you, Adolfo.
Thank you.
You're recognized.
I just want to make a quick comment.
Yes.
Are we doing everything? I know you mentioned earlier that it is, you're doing everything, you've done everything you can so far to help the private landlord, Mr. Frank Zhao, and
Yes,
And that's a
absolutely.
sure thing, yeah.
Absolutely. We worked with Mr. Zhao on many endeavors over the years, and we work directly with the city manager, myself, in planning to make sure that he understands the process. We've given him recommendations on project managers, about processes. Our planning department makes sure that his architect understands the requirements. We've met, we've lost count of the times we've met over the last year, I think, with him. Regular meetings to go over every aspect as we move forward. But the ball is ultimately in his court as a private property owner.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the last time you met with him was, I think, in February, March? Or
No,
January?
we met, I would say, Steve is here. Do you remember when we met, Steve? About a month ago? So yeah, a month to 6 weeks ago. And we were clarifying they owed us something from February. So we called the meeting to say, where are you?
Good, yeah.
And just to keep things moving along. Steve actually went through a period of time where he was reaching out to the team at least every couple of weeks, just saying, how are you? Do you need
Great.
anything? What are you doing?
Yeah, great. I like to hear that.
Yeah.
You know, as we know that this is going to be a win-win.
Yes.
Nothing is going to get built around there unless we have this parking structure.
Absolutely.
Okay. So one other question is that on page 2 at the bottom, it says, appoint a Little Saigon, that's your first bullet. Appoint a Little Saigon community outreach leader and establish management entities for Little Saigon. I think the last time when you retained those people, the consultant, are we still working with them? Yeah.
So yes and no, we engaged with them, but we have since not moved forward with them on the next phase, which the next phase was implementation, which is why we want to come back within the next month or so with the blueprint to just reestablish, and with this council too, so you guys can let us know what your priority is.
Okay, so you're moving on with another company, or?
We have, so Street Sense was hired to help with the outreach effort, to collect the data and then to analyze what those comments were and put it into a comprehensive package which was presented to you, right? So we had engaged with Street Sense about, you know, about the studies, you know, the results, the comments, et cetera, and what they felt were the next steps. You know, ultimately the first step of implementation, right? And so we haven't implemented anything yet because we went back to the drawing board as staff to look at what the needs were based on some of the strategic plan, things that, you know, that came about, because the strategic plan came after the Little Saigon blueprint, and so that kind of changed maybe the direction of the blueprint. We know that marketing and creating the logo, et cetera, was something that that would most likely be the first implementation. But we would have to then go out and get our own consultant or firm to do that part, to do the design, to.
I see.
Yeah, so Street Sense at this point is out of the picture.
Okay, so they're done.
They're done, but now we have to go look at, you know, as far as implementation, based on what the council decides is going to be a priority, looking at the right consultants to implement those, you know, those steps.
Yeah, I think it's been a while.
It has.
Since.
It has
that
been.
was,
Yes.
at least 2 years or.
Year and a half.
Year and a half. We finished up during the pandemic, I believe.
All right, okay.
And the list was not ranked, so this is an opportunity for this council to look through the list Christine described and help us prioritize, because we can't afford all of it. And there's an approach that you need to follow.
All right, okay, thanks for the update.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I think we have the motion and the second on the floor. Motion by Mayor Nguyen and second by Councilmember Meza. Roll call, please. Roll call vote.
Yes. And that was to receive and file this report. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. And next is item 5.2. Continue from April 26, 2023, regular meeting. Strategic plan goal number 2, develop and implement specific plans for Little Saigon and Downtown District and the West Side. Strategic plan objective is to provide the City Council with an update on city's recently adopted zoning code, Phase A, and the status of the city ongoing zoning code update. Phase B, including an overview of the project schedule. Stop report, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor. It's my pleasure to be here to present 5.2. We're going to try to switch over to the PowerPoint and cross our fingers. There we go, I saw it. Okay, great, it's working. So item 5.2, really it's a very graphic, rich presentation as well to refresh everybody's memory and bring Councilwoman West and Vice Mayor Nguyen up to speed on some of the decisions that were made by the past council. We're going to focus a lot on, like I did on the previous presentation, we will have a member of the planning department talk a little bit about where the other things that are going on in planning, long-range planning efforts, state-mandated planning efforts, legal requirements that we have to first meet before we can jump into actually moving forward with a specific plan. So that is a part of the presentation. We'll go ahead and get started with the strategic plan background. We talked about that in the previous presentation, so I'll just skip past that. We came in February of 2022. Once this was identified as a strategic plan objective, the first thing we wanted was, in our workshop with our moderator, we identified a goal, which was essentially to implement specific plans for Little Saigon, Downtown District, and the West Side. Staff's job is to make sure that the decisions that are being made, as we move forward as a city, that they are in line with city policy. So in February of 2022, essentially we made sure, and we came back to the City Council with an item of interest to let them know that your wishes to move forward with a specific plan are actually in line with the general plan goals and not in conflict with that. So that was the first thing we brought to you. And then in April of 2022, we wanted to create a comprehensive priority list. We can't take on every planning effort we want to at the same time. It just doesn't work from an outreach perspective. We can't have outreach happening all over the city on various things. It's just not, it doesn't lead to a successful effort. We brought that in April 2022, and I will go over that priority list, and that'll answer your question about the districts, Vice Mayor, that you brought up in the previous presentation. So moving on to talking a little bit about the general plan vision. In 2016, the City Council adopted the general plan and created 6 areas that were mixed-use development districts in the city. And they were numbered 1 through 6, and that's how we ended up with the Little Saigon popping up as number 5. Specific plans are an efficient tool for creating mixed-use developments. Specific plans, think of them as the same, that you're trying to accomplish what you're trying to do in a general plan, but you're doing it for a very small area, for a more specific area. It identifies and sets in place the rules for the land use. It also focuses on things like how big a building can be on a particular lot and setbacks and things of that nature. This is the land use map for the city right out of the general plan. This was approved. It's important to note that the general plan actually does have an environmental impact report, so there is a legal document that goes along with the planning document, and both of those were adopted in 2016. And that is one of the rules, one of the things that comes out of the general plan is you can't modify the general plan on a regular basis. There's only so many times you can do it per year. That's a little bit difficult to read in there. I've identified all the 6 areas, but on the next slide, you'll see them pop up, thanks to Chris Wong and his graphic abilities. So these are the districts that we've identified in the specific plan, and Vice Mayor, you had asked about 5. It's just the label is pretty much what it is. Going one at a time, so this is mixed-use District 1. Chris Wong prepared a nice exhibit here. Mixed-use District 1 is the Civic Center. So as you can see there, City Hall is right there in the middle. It actually includes the mobile home park to the south. When we do decide to move forward with the specific plan for this area, based on comments from council last time, we will be removing the mobile home park from the district. just to be able to make it more streamlined with what the vision of the Civic Center should be, and staying away from the mobile home park. District 2 is called the mixed-use downtown. For a very long time, the members of this community have asked for a downtown on the west side. And this was identified as the mixed-use downtown. And through working with this council, the previous council, we did identify, let me see what's going on here. Do that again. Okay, so there's a separation. We went ahead and decided that really it's too big and it's very different, one side of District 2 versus the other, so we did break it up into two. And that'll make a little bit more sense in a little bit when we talk about the ranking of these districts. District 3 is the mixed-use district just west of Beach Boulevard along Westminster Boulevard. And District 4, very familiar with District 4, is the Westminster Mall, which is actually already a specific plan that was delivered and adopted, and it's well on its way to becoming a reality, right? So this is an example of the planning process in 2016, identify these mixed-use districts, council gets behind a specific plan effort, and then we adopt it, and then now project applications are actually coming through the counter right now. So just a good success story on that district. District 5, we talked about in the previous exhibit, is the Little Saigon district. This one's a little bit of a challenge because of the mobile home parks that are located along Bolsa. So similar to what was done over off of Brookhurst and Bolsa with the hotel apartment project, the Bolsa Row, we envision this corridor developing project-specific plans as opposed to area-specific plans, like at the mall, for example. So, and then the other one, number 6, was identified, and that is essentially the area on the northwest side of town, which is the Los Alisos Mobile Home Park area. That was identified as a future mixed-use district as well. So one of the things that we wanted to bring to you tonight is just a refresher on the priorities established by the previous council. And they're a little bit out of order on this one, so if you could follow me on that. Number 1 would be downtown east, which is District 2, would be the top specific plan mixed-use district area that we would first pursue. And like I said previously, we can't do all of them. It's very expensive to do them. It confuses people if you run different specific plan processes at the same time. So we are very much looking forward to getting started on District 2, which is the downtown east. District 5, we believe it has a lot of potential. It's been identified as a corridor we're working on. We just had the presentation on what we want to do to the roadways to stimulate development. We think that that one will naturally kind of come in as individual project-specific plans. And then number 3 is the downtown central area. And then number 4 would be the downtown west. The downtown west would be all the way to the former El Ranchito site, that whole side of Westminster Boulevard. So you could think of Westminster Boulevard kind of broken up into those segments. Then there's the District 3 is the number 5. District 1, the Civic Center, would be the 6th ranked. And then District 6, Northwest, would be the 7th. And quite frankly, it's a very, really way out there real possibility that District 6 would become a mixed-use zone anytime in the near future. It is a very populated mobile home park in our community. So again, talking about District 2, which is the top-ranked specific plan location, we're looking at that segment between Golden West and Hoover. This was specifically identified by our planning department as having the most potential. The main reason is the crossings. You have already a very, very successful project at the crossings right smack in the middle of this district. You have Mendez Park, which is already attracting attention and is drawing people to the area. So this is the area. You also have deep lots. So something that you want to have when you're developing sites is you want to have deep lots. You look at what's going on in Buena Park, in Stanton. First of all, good policy decisions that were made 10 years ago, 5 years ago, but they have the depth. Those lots have a lot of depth. So there's a lot of room and creativity. These lots here have depth, so they give us the ability to bring forth successful projects like we did on the crossings. So just some statistics, is 41 acres. It was identified as our original downtown area historically. Like I said, deeper lots on the south side and successful projects. Some historical and cultural elements exist there as well. The park, I should replace that with an actual picture now that the park is actually constructed. At this point, I want to turn it over to planning. Alice Tu's she's our associate planner. She's gonna talk a little bit about the zoning code update, because everybody wants to get started on the specific plan. Staff is super excited. We saw what happened at the mall specific plan. We're ready to move on with the next one. This is what we love to do, right? We love to transform the city. And this is a golden opportunity in our city's history to do it. But there are state mandates, there are procedures. These decisions have to be made in a logical manner to be more efficient, to meet the state requirements, and to save money ultimately. So I'll turn it over to you, Alice.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Nguyen, fellow council members. I'll be providing an overview of the zoning code update. The city's zoning code update were divided into a two-phase process. Phase A was focused on rezoning the sites that the general plan designates for residential or mixed use and creating the new mixed use zoning standards. Phase B entails all other aspects of the zoning code. In Phase A, the council adopted mixed-use zoning standards and rezoned certain parcels of land to mixed-use and residential on November 30th of last year. Phase A established most of mixed-use standards for the mixed-use areas identified in the general plan, with the exception of Westminster Mall, which is under the specific plan. Phase A is a requirement from HCD to get a certified housing element. It was necessary to ensure that our zoning code update is consistent with the general plan as required by state law. And Phase B will continue to address any remaining aspects of the mixed-use zoning. It will also address all other zoning issues, including efforts to streamline the process, ensure consistency with state law and our general plan, and to clarify the code. Once Phase B of the zoning code is completed, subsequent specific plans can be created for the mixed-use areas. It will create a customized set of standards that can be applied in addition to the requirements of the zoning code to achieve a unique vision and sense of place.
I'll jump in just for a little bit. I just want to give planning a lot of credit. There's a lot of state requirements that come down and are passed on to cities that are legal requirements. And like the housing element update is one of those. Each one of these documents, I'll just describe it. They're voluminous documents that require our planners to essentially take off their hat as a counter project planner and put on their long-range planner's hat, right? It's very complex. It's very important. You're dealing with property rights. So I just wanted to give them a lot of credit for the work that they've taken on. And all of these efforts, particularly like in the housing element, we are ahead of the game. We're ahead of other cities in meeting these state mandates and not getting on the nasty list for the state that could jeopardize grants or jeopardize development in the city. Go ahead, Alice. Go ahead. Go through them.
Next, I'll be providing a timeline of these advanced planning projects that we are currently working on or soon to commence. So first is the housing element update, in which began all the way back in 2020. We are close to completion now. The council readopted a revised housing element in March this year. And as we forwarded that to HCD the following Monday, and they're currently reviewing it. It's a 60-day review, so we are hoping that we would get a certified housing element at the end of this month. Next is Phase A of the code update. That began around August, and we rezoned the parcels of land and created a mixed-use ordinance, and the council adopted that back in November of last year. This project was fast-tracked in order for us to also get a certified housing element. And so we do hope that in Phase B of the code update, we could go back and just take another look at it and continue to refine it or address any other areas that we would like to address. And next is the objective development standards, which we are currently working on. These objective standards are applicable only to residential and mixed-use development. These are standards that are objective, that requires no subjectivity or personal judgment in terms of its regulations. It's a requirement by the state in order to streamline the housing development. And so we are currently working with a consultant right now that is actually funded by the state, by a grant. And that contract ends at the end of June. So they are helping us prepare a public draft, as well as to conduct some public workshops. And we will then roll that over into Phase B of the code update to finalize it and to present it before the Planning Commission and Council for adoption. Yes, and that the contract we have with them ends at the end of June. And next is the Phase B of the code update. We hope to begin that once we have a certified housing element, and that encompasses, it's a very comprehensive project. It encompasses all other aspects of the zoning code, including, as I mentioned before, trying to refine parts of Phase A, finalizing the objective development standards, and any other areas that we would like to update, and making sure that our code is consistent, with our general plan and with state law. And that Phase B takes approximately a year. After Phase B, we will begin the environmental justice safety element and local hazard mitigation plan update, which involves a general plan amendment, and it's a requirement by the state, again, in order for cities to address climate change. And at the same time, we will begin the specific plan for the eastern portion of District 2. These two projects are anticipated to take about 18 to 24 months, which includes, initiating an RFP to get qualified consultants. So these.
I'll go. Oh. Sorry, Alice. I'll go back to that one really quick.
Oh, okay.
If you don't mind, to the timeline. I did want to point out. I know Councilmember Ho and Councilmember Mons, you guys have been planning commissioners, and I know Mayor Nguyen, you've rolled up your sleeves and worked with community development over the years to streamline processes. And I think objective design standards is something that should be very exciting to all of you, because essentially you're creating a template for high quality design that is objective and not subjective. And if an applicant comes through and says, I want to follow this objective path, there's really little to debate. They go to the front of the line and they get approval and they move forward. So this is something that the state is moving on. I know we give the state a hard time sometimes for some of the things that come out of Sacramento, but this is actually a really good thing because it spurs that type of change that we want to see to create more high quality and high class and better livability in the community, but also streamlines, creates a process for projects to be streamlined. So that is something I wanted to point out. Sorry, Alice. We'll go back to your implementation.
So these advanced planning projects that I've mentioned does impact the planning division's ability to take on additional advanced planning work. Initiating the specific plan for the eastern portion of District 2 after Phase B of the code update will enable staff to better focus on the specific plan project and will also save time and cost. The development of the specific plan can then build upon the existing zoning regulations in Phase A and B of the zoning code update.
So in about a year, when we're done with the zoning part, the second part of zoning, we'll just call it that, at that point, we would be ready to award a contract for a specific plan development for the downtown that was ranked top of the list that we've defined in the previous exhibits. And essentially, similar to what we did at the mall, we would have a request for proposal, we would identify the scope of work, we would get a cost estimate, a project timeline, and then we'd bring it to council once we make the selection. And then at that point, we would be able to begin the specific plan process, similar to what we did at the mall, similar to what the FAMs did over on Bolsa Row. And that concludes our presentation on this strategic plan item, and we're happy to take questions.
Again, thank you very much for putting the effort into getting these items up for review. Again, this item is also one of their items from their strategic meeting that all the council put our heads together and came up with that. So with that, I like to open up for council comment, and starting with District 1, Councilmember West, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I have two questions. So regarding those area that you guys are making into mixed zone, if we do approve by receive and file tonight, does it mean that you guys have the ability to go afterward to do outreach to those community, those owners, and say this is a requirement from Sacramento, then they give their opinion or suggestion, or how's the process?
So the rankings and the rankings have already been, they've been voted on and approved. So the one we would be moving forward with is the downtown east is what we're calling it. And we can't get started on that until these other long-range planning efforts are completed, which we're about a year away from completing those efforts. Waiting for state approval on the housing element and then working with the state on the zoning. So we're 1 year away from really beginning this process. But it was identified as a priority through the strategic plan. It's just we're not in control of Sacramento's approval queue at this point. So that's why it's taken a year to begin it.
So basically, if we file and approve tonight, are you guys going to do the study like the first section where you'll go out there with both people and do the traffic and whatever you guys going to do later, right?
So
is it the same concept for this one?
we can advance some outreach as we're working through the zoning. If that's in the interest of the council, we can definitely do that. But as far as launching a specific plan, we can't do that until the zoning is done. But we could definitely start testing the excitement of the people and getting out there and telling them a story of what's coming. We could definitely do that immediately. We can start on that now.
Right. Okay, that'll be great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have a question. I know we had voted to approve the housing element. I thought is that typical? I know it kept going back and forth with different amendments that they were coming back to us that they wanted changed, right? So once everything got done, it's still going to take that long for their state to approve it?
I would like Alice to answer that question. I'd like her to be as bold as possible.
Yeah, just tell it to me how it is. Don't be shy.
Don't be nice.
Well, I know our consultant has been working very diligently with HCD in trying to address all their issues or requirements. And in this last round, we were pretty confident that we would come back with a certified housing element. So brought it back to the council to adopt the latest revisions. And so we submitted to the state right away. We're hoping that this is the last round, and we were kind of verbally told that, yeah, this should be good to go. So we're waiting for their response right now. They have 60 days. You know, they might come at the last minute.
Yeah,
but we have the 60 days, and so by the end of the month, we are anticipating, hoping for a certified housing element.
Yeah, supposedly the last time, that was the last time.
Yeah.
That was the last round of revisions.
That is the difficulty of staff, is that we have to play nice with the state, and they move the goal line on us a lot. That's just the reality.
Well, that's what's happening unproductive and
That's what's happening on Hoover with that other project. They keep moving the goal line on us.
Well, that's not good. Who do we talk to fix that?
I'll bite my tongue on that.
We need to find the number. So yeah, I mean, obviously we've done extensive research with planning as far as identifying the priorities, correct? And that's the most, that portion, that area. I think we need to, I think that confusions, when I'm thinking about it and listening to it is, maybe we shouldn't have used district, maybe we should have had like area or something. I think it confuses people because they confuse it with the district voting district, not the district.
We're tied to the terminology of the general plan, so we're trying to be consistent with that. But part of like launching the outreach effort is just essentially calling it what it is, calling it whatever we want to call it at that point. That's catchy, that gets people excited about it.
Okay, I get that. So yeah, I think that we should, starting a specific plan is the first step in success of a new development. So that's something that we need to continue to do in order to progress our city, to make sure that we have all the input and all the outreach from the community, and make sure we're all on the same page and we're not just like we currently have right now, it's just a hodgepodge of nothing that makes sense. So a specific plan is very important for the success of any city. I think we need to be proactive and start the outreach of what we can do while we're waiting for the state to start playing games with us with this, the housing element. So when can we start this outreach if we're to start?
I think let me see where we are on the housing element, because depending on where that lands, some outreach efforts are not well received if it's like, say, we're starting on July 4th, right? We're starting during the summer months. So let us come back to you with a better estimate as to when the housing element's going to be completed and adopted. And then at that point, we'll see where we are as far as seasons are concerned. And then we'll pick a time where we're really going to get the word out and get people excited about it. We're finishing up the 405 improvement project towards the end of the year. So I would say somewhere no later than the beginning of next year, we could start getting out there with the outreach. We can tie the completion of the freeway project to development in the city and kind of have a nice nexus between that. But I will make this, just if I can make one final bold statement. Developers are not going to come to the city if these types of processes aren't supported by the council and approved. A strange developer doesn't want to walk up here and stand where I'm standing and convince you that a zoning update is good or that a specific plan east and west is a good idea. They don't want to do that heavy lifting. They will go to cities that have already done that.
Yes.
So like you stated, this is what we need to do as policy.
Yes, that is a good point to make sure everybody knows that this specific plan attracts developers to come to our city. So thank you. That's all I got.
All right, thank you. District 3 and District 4, Councilmember Ho and Vice Mayor.
I'd like to thank staff for your hard work, particularly you, Adolfo, and Christine Corden. Thank you. I know I've seen this, as I'm very familiar with, you've presented a few times already, and our council, February 22nd, 2022, approved this, and that was probably, since then, I've seen this a couple times. So, jog my memory, just want to know, is it District 2 and District, when I talk about district, well, going back to the terminology, general plan used the term district before our council was split into districts.
Yes.
So that's the reason why we're kind of stuck with. So this particular item has used the terminology district before we were split into districts, so we're stuck with it. But as I was going to say that, which of the 6 districts have we done? I just want to confirm. I do know it, but only 2, right?
Yes.
District 2 and District 5? Mixed use in Little Saigon and mixed use in Westminster Boulevard downtown?
So the only specific plan that we've completed is the mall, which is District 4.
We haven't completed District 2?
District 2 is what we're getting ready to begin. The specific plan for District 2 would begin in about a year.
Oh, really?
And that's the biggest update that we have for you, because the last time we came before you, we were hoping for the housing element to have been adopted early this year. We'd be hoping for the zoning to be done by about now, and we would be starting the specific plan for District 2, the downtown, now. We would be starting it now in June, essentially. But because we're waiting on housing element and that's pushed back the zoning, we're now having to wait until next year to officially begin the specific plan for the downtown.
Oh, wow. We are grossly delayed.
Yes, very much
Grossly.
so.
Wow.
Very much so.
I know we had approved for District 2 for you to move along for District 2 and District 5 specific plans. So I'm very surprised.
Yes. We would be replicating the work. We would be moving, if we started on the specific plan, we would be making decisions that are going to get changed by the state as the zoning effort is ongoing, and that just costs money and confusion, particularly the private property owners who would be like, well, which rules are we going by? The specific plan or the state?
Right? I know. So the delay is not our fault, your fault. It's
not our
your
fault. Yeah.
So I get it. Okay, I think that's all the questions I have.
Okay,
Thank
Vice
you.
Mayor Nguyen.
Just have some suggestion based on what Kimberly, Council Member Hall just said, that I now figure it out why we have that kind of wording. So, but can we make some change into it? So
The
we're
wording?
not going to,
Yes.
have a confusion.
Absolutely. So I would say that when we start the outreach effort, we're going to lose the term district and we're going to focus on just the downtown. I'm not even going to commit to a title right now. Downtown East seems kind of generic. We're going to create a nice catchphrase and logo and everything that goes along with it. So when we go out to the public, they're just going to know that this is the area, this is what we're calling it, what we call district, and then we'll start from there, building excitement and getting the word out.
All right,
Well,
thank you.
I love the term you just said, area.
Area, yeah.
Area, 1 to 6.
Okay, at this point here, I want to entertain a motion to file and receive and file.
I'll make a motion to receive and file, but proceed with the priority list as far as priority 1, specific plan.
Yes.
And I'd like to second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Menzo, and second by Councilmember Ho. Roll call vote, please.
Yes, and that was to receive and file this report and proceed with the priority list. So Councilwoman Van West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes,
Motion carried 5-0.
thank you. Thank you, staff, for all the work that you do. Okay. Next is item 6.1. Consider a resolution to oppose Assembly Bill 742 concerning a ban on the use of police cannons. This item initiated by Councilwoman Van West, and seconded by Vice Mayor Nguyen. So let's start out with Councilwoman Amy Van West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. AB 742 is a dangerous bill for a police officer because it will ban the lawful use of canines, which have proven to be one of the greatest allies to law enforcement. The bill is dangerous because it removes one of the most efficient and effective tools toward keeping officers safe. The elimination of canines will force officers to have to enter into a dangerous and unknown environments personally, whereas the insertion of a canine would more quickly and efficiently resolve the problem and at a low risk to human life for both violent suspect and law enforcement. Canine are specifically trained to handle difficult situations and have a heightened sense of smell and in their ability to react. Moreover, when a criminal knows a canine is present, it often brings an appropriate sense of apprehension, which helps to promote a de-escalation of the situation in many circumstances. What is unique about using canines as a tool is that when a gun, taser, or other equipments are deployed, they cannot be called back, but a canine can be. The officers and canine work and train closely as a team to achieve the best outcome with minimal injury. So that's the reason why I urge this council to stand up and oppose AB 742. Mr. Mayor, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I was supposed to call on Vice Mayor, but he's not here right now. Why don't I ask if Councilmember Mezzo, District 2, have any question or comments?
Thank you, Mayor. First, a couple things I see. I mean, I'm sure you guys are all well aware of how every one of our departments were really understaffed, and they're just having a hard time keeping up with day-to-day operations, and just keeping up with trying to produce. We're very short-handed as who can produce agenda items and write the reports and do all the research that's necessary to put these agenda reports together. So I don't think it's productive because this is just a letter that's not really going to change anybody's mind in Sacramento. And it's, I think it's, again, this is something that any council member with our letterheads can write to our legislatures in Sacramento and give them our point of view, personal point of view. So I just want to say that it's not really helping this, it's not really helping our city with this letter. I mean, we will have, what will help our city is to bring real revenue into our city. And we will have, hopefully we have an opportunity to do that, that we can really hire more police officers and pay our officers adequately so we can compete with surrounding cities and we don't lose our officers. We're spending money training our officers, and you know, they have families and they have to make a decision that looks out for their family. And a lot of times they go to another agency where they're going to be paid more. So if we really want to support our officers, we got to make sure that we are committed to bring in revenue to our city. Second, I mean, I'm not comfortable voting on something that we don't know that much about. It's just a letter. So I'm not feeling comfortable voting on something that I don't know that much about. And the third point I want to make is I've been trying to do what is right as far as the process that we have in our city. The mayor is the one who has to sign. That's by procedure that he signs for the council. And but if the mayor wants to relinquish that and let an individual council member sign, if he's okay with it, I'm not going to fight it. I'll agree with them. I'll just give him whatever you want, Mayor. If you're okay with having an individual council member sign for you, if that's what you want to do, I'm fine with it. And that's all I got.
I'd like to come back to the Vice Mayor, since you seconded the item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I recall that I've been to one of the K9 event that our PD put up on the corner of Beach Boulevard and Westminster, and along with Councilwoman Van West. And I enjoy being there, you know, talking to the people, the residents that came out to support us, support the K9 that we just got from, we just imported from Belgium, I think, right? And speaking of this resolution, I find that supporting K9 is a must, yeah, must, because like you just said, that's the only tools that we can call back. You know, K9 can save lives of our police officers. You know, just imagine that, you know, our police officer came out to the scene and then, you know, not coming back home. So I just can't, you know, go there. So, you know, supporting our K9 is a must. That's what I want. And if you not already make a motion, I'm going to motion to approve.
I did make a motion, but I think Kimberly wants to say something.
Councilmember Ho.
Yes. First of all, I just want to say clearly that I do oppose AB 742 concerning a ban on the use of police canines. I too have a problem when our council member, one particular council member, keeps bringing up these AB assembly bills. And I think that while we have been enduring and voting and listening and having staff to write these reports, I do agree that we could put our time, our resource, our efforts into something that we have full control over, and that's running our city and a lot of things that we need to do for our city and our constituents. As I said, I do agree and I do oppose AB 742. I am in support of our city, our WPD, police officers in general. But I think, you know, you do have a letterhead, a city letterhead. You could very well write a letter directly and sign and send without having to ask our staff to do so much work. And this will take away from other things they should be doing. So on that note, I just want to, you know, I will support this. I just hope that we could kind of keep away from and just stay focused on things that we should be doing for our city. Thank you.
All right, I guess everyone comments about it, and we have the motion on the floor, motion and second on the floor. Yes, it was motioned by Council Member Fan West, and then seconded by Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Mr. Mayor, before you go to vote, I have a, of course, I motion to approve this as president, but I want to make a few comments and requests, one request. It is important to highlight the many dangerous bills our state legislature is considering, many which are contrary to the inserting of interests of our citizens. Some argue here that we should stick to local issues and not focus on these state bills because they don't concern our city, but they are wrong. These bills do affect us, and sometimes in very serious way. A number of these bills include this one, directly affect how our police will be able to protect our citizens. They are hindering the ability of our police to enforce the law at every turn. The other bills are forcing cities to approve like very large, high-density housing development. There is a need for housing, but decisions like this need to be made at a local level, not forced on us by Sacramento. We all represent the people of this city, so I feel strongly and strong need to bring attention to these bad proposals from Sacramento. It is not many of these laws, if not, many of these laws may go into effect without any opposition at all. People need to know what is going on and how these bills will affect their lives so that hopefully they can do something about it before they are enacted. That is one of my primary duty as your councilwoman, is to inform the people and to advocate for you guys. As part of my motion tonight, assuming that the resolution is approved by the council, I ask that the council allow me to personally send a cover letter to our state representatives along with a copy of the final resolution signed by the mayor, and let them know that the council opposition to this bill. I want to let them know that we will not stop speaking out. Also, as part of this motion, I would like to request we include the same language from the first line of AB 93 resolution I brought forward at the last meeting, which say, whereas Councilwoman Amy Fan West have recommended the City Council to consider the adoption of the resolution opposing AB 742. So with those minor requests, my motion is to approve this resolution. Mr. Mayor, I yield back.
All right, thank you very much. And
Mayor, I had a quick question for the City Attorney. How come on the staff report that we didn't get that letter in here?
There was no letter at the time the agenda was drafted.
What do you mean there's no letter?
You're talking about
the letter that Councilmember Fan West is requesting to be sent to Sacramento.
There was no letter at the time the agenda was posted. That's why.
So yeah, how are we supposed to, I mean,
would you please
how are we supposed to know what the letter says?
I believe this letter was drafted after the agenda was posted. So I'm not sure.
So what's the process for that?
Well, it's not necessarily required to include the cover letter that you're sending in the agenda part. If you'd like it to be done that way in the future,
No,
we
but
can
it's,
do that.
but if it has the
Just make it
mayor-
like a
if it
cover
has the
letter.
mayor-
Cover letter.
If it has the information that the council's supposed to be sending, I mean, how are they supposed to know what it says?
Well, we can do that in the future, but at the time, all that was done was that there was a staff report and a resolution.
The only thing that was presented as part of the staff report for approval for this council is a resolution. Traditionally, there would be a cover letter that would be provided, but the cover letter, absent a special request of a cover letter, staff would be creating just a cover letter like we normally would with the mayor to sign it. So that's presumably what we would have right now, unless council decides that you would like to have a special cover letter.
Correct.
Don't understand. I mean, if,
Yes, Vice Mayor Nguyen. Go ahead.
So if you propose that you're going to send that letter like a cover letter, I'm going to second it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
So it's going to be a cover letter, right? It's just like the AB 93 that we had before?
Yes, so her motion would need to be to adopt the resolution as amended to include that line that she had stated, and for council to approve the cover letter that she just read to be sent in lieu of the standard cover letter from the mayor.
Yeah, the motion was that, as I heard it, was to allow her to send a cover letter and then to add that line. That's what I heard. And to approve the resolution.
So there's a motion to it. Can you repeat your motion again, please, Councilmember West?
I could repeat it.
Okay,
The
go
motion
ahead.
is to approve the resolution, and then it was to allow Councilmember West to send a cover letter along with a copy of the resolution signed by the mayor. And then there was some addition of some language. Oh, that was from AB 93, which is the very first line in that resolution, whereas Councilwoman Amy Fan West has recommended the city council to consider the adoption of a resolution opposing, and then 742, AB 742. So to include that as the first line of the resolution.
All right, Mr. Mayor?
So there's a motion,
We
is
did.
there a second to it?
Vice Mayor agreed to that, so can we vote?
Yes, it's been
Did
seconded.
you-
Yes.
Is there a second to it? You
Yes,
second it?
Vice
Okay,
Mayor.
Yes.
Vice Mayor.
Okay, so that motion was made by Councilwoman Fan West and seconded by Vice Mayor Nguyen, and that was to adopt the resolution as amended entitled, "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, opposing Assembly Bill 742 concerning a ban on the use of police canines," with the approval of the cover letter by Councilwoman Fan West. Councilwoman Fan West?
And also add the whereas as the original. Thank you, yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
abstain.
Councilmember Ho? Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
That motion carried 4-1 with Councilmember Monzo abstaining.
All righty. The next item is 6.2. Consider a flagpole policy for city-owned or controlled flagpoles in the city of Westminster. And this item brought up by Councilmember Menzo and seconded by Councilmember Ho. So let's start out with Councilmember Menzo and then Councilmember Ho.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think, doing some research and talking to staff, it comes to find out that we don't have a flag policy in our city. So I think it's important to establish a flag policy for reasons stated in the agenda to make sure that our flagpole cannot be used by general public as far as for free speech or free speech rights. But at the same time, and also establish a commemorative flag policy, which previously this council approved a commemorative flag to be flown during the Black April month, and it's the week of Black April, excuse me. So I think that kind of opened it up because previously, the previous council denied another group's request to fly a flag that's for a group that's been for many, many years and currently still being really discriminated, and a lot of hate crimes committed against that group. I mean, my question to this city council and city attorney is, how do we protect ourselves from being accused of discrimination? We said no to one group and yes to another when it comes to commemorative flags. So that's the question that I pose to this council and to a city attorney. How do we protect ourselves from being accused of discrimination? When we say no to one and yes to another.
Is that
Question for you. I guess this question
me?
for you. I guess if nobody wants to answer.
In terms of not be accused of it, I think it's anyone can claim discrimination. You avoid doing things that demonstrate discrimination against a particular group. That would be the thing. I think that's a difficult question because,
So you think
like adopting a policy to allow one particular group, potentially helps you to avoid it, but is it required? That's for the council to decide.
No, I get that. So it's council's decision, but you think it's a good practice to deny one group and then approve another group?
Well, I think, again, you're asking more
would that
opinion.
make it easier for a group to file a lawsuit against us for discrimination?
Anyone can file a lawsuit for any reason. It might be a frivolous one, and people do it all the time. Again, the thing to avoid discrimination claims is to not do something that's discriminatory. Whether the council allows different flags is a decision for the council to make, depending on what they think is important, said or not said.
Yeah, I mean, I just posed this question because of those reasons. I mean, we are an all-American city, and we must show inclusivity to all, and we are, as you may know, hate crimes have been on the rise these last few years, especially during COVID. We had a lot of hate crimes with the Asian American community, blaming the COVID on Asian Americans, that they're the cause of it. Hate crimes have been on the rise for all sorts of different groups, including LGBT and a Jewish community. I think if this council wants to show that we are inclusive, then we should show that and stand with them. So after reading the staff report and seeing what the city of Riverside is doing, I would propose that the city council really look at that city and adopt their policy, what they do, to make sure that we're not discriminating against one group or another. That would be my suggestion, to show that we are one city, one all-American city. So
Okay.
that's all I got.
Thank you. Councilmember Ho.
Could you come back to me?
Okay. Councilmember West.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Menzo and Ms. Ho, for sharing your opinion. I can't wait for you to share your opinion, Ms. Ho, on item 6.2. Regarding the item 6.2, Mr. Menzo and Ms. Ho proposed flying flags that those stipulate by the state and federal government on city poles. This is concerning to many residents of our city because not everyone will agree to the flying of certain flags, as it may not represent the will of the majority of the citizen in our community. Certain controversial flags will cause division in our beautiful city. Mr. Menzo have mentioned time and time again that he does not want to politicize things. But by proposing a flag policy that deviates from the norm, he will unnecessarily polarize and divide our community. Our city's flagpole should be respected and modeled by what is flown at the national and state capitals. Since the foundation of our city, all of our government flagpole have flown the American flag, the state of California flag, and the city flag. These three flags represent all groups and identity in our city. Unlike the large number of flags that we would be pressured to fly under this new proposed change, the decision to fly the flag of South Vietnam on April 30th was to represent the fall of Saigon. It's reflected of the will of the majority of the people in this community, as over 50% of the city population is Asian, and the overwhelming majority is that demographic is Vietnamese. Bear in mind that the decision to fly this flag was for a single day during the year, not for a month or indefinitely. With some limited exceptions, like the aforementioned flag of South Vietnam on April 30th, which is non-controversial and representative of the will of the majority of the residents in the city of Westminster. It is important to keep the traditional flag flown on government flagpoles with which everyone can identify with, not potentially controversial flag that will divide us into groups. That's one thing I will not stand by. If we allow other flags to be flown on our city ground that gives special treatment to certain groups, it will open a can of worms where we will have to constantly be adjusting our flag policy to accommodate new groups that want their flag to be flown. To avoid this polarization and division in our community, the City of Westminster must follow the guidelines set by our national and state capital for flying the flags on government flagpoles. Mr. Mayor, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I don't want to overcomplicate things with this flag policy. I want to keep things simple. There is so much division going on in our community right now, and I don't want to add to that division. The reality is that we cannot celebrate everything and everyone. The problem is that there are just too many things to celebrate. And the moment we make a list of things to celebrate, we are only going to offend all other groups and causes we left off the list. And that will only lead to people protesting that they were excluded. For example, on the list from the city that in the staff report, what is the focus? Are we only celebrating group of people? If so, I don't see anything about American Indians being celebrated.
It's in there.
Or what about Canadians, Greeks, Brazilians, etc.? There are so many potential cultural groups. There is no way to celebrate all of them. Alternatively, we are focusing on celebrating causes. If so, there are so many causes we potentially celebrate. There wouldn't be enough days in a year to celebrate them all. The reality is that if we try to celebrate everything, we will end up celebrating nothing. Too many flags only ends up taking away from those things that we actually want to emphasize as a community. When we as a community decide to celebrate something, we want that event or cause to stand out clearly. Just like other cities, we are a very unique community with a very unique people and culture at its center. We are all Americans, yes, but we also have a very unique cultural history that needs to be understood. We don't want to be like every other city around us. We are unique. There are some very special things that need to be celebrated here in Westminster, because if they are not celebrated here, then maybe they won't be celebrated at all. And all of us are better when we help our surrounding communities to know more about what makes us so special. If we try to celebrate everything, then no one will learn anything about our culture and what makes us different from every other city around us. So in my opinion, is that we need to be very careful with this policy that Councilwoman Ho and Councilman Carlos Manzon, brought up. We need to keep it as simple as possible. Adopt a policy, fine, okay, but not the way it's presented tonight. Are you back, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you very much. I want to come back to Councilmember Ho.
Well, I know you have the majority, so I know you can do whatever you like.
Just go ahead and present your
I
case.
just want to, well,
Stop
let me
talking
speak,
about majority.
please. It's my turn to speak, let me speak. Okay, so basically, I seconded this item, 6.2. Basically, currently, we don't have a policy. And I want to make that correction. Councilwoman Fan West, when you said the demographic is over 50% or 50% Vietnamese, that is wrong. You said, no, that's not true. And it is, you said it is celebrated for one day, but it's really a week. And our flag is flown, Vietnamese flag is flown for a week. So get your facts straight. We also,
go ahead.
we also, I think the spirit of this item is we want to be inclusive, with other groups. We got to look out for other groups that are interested in celebrating their special something. So far right now I see that we don't have a policy, and so it's fair to have a policy, and whatever that policy is, you vote on it tonight. But to say that we go by the national policy and then to fly the 3 flags and then plus the Vietnam flag, then if that's the case, then you make that a policy. But I said, since we don't have a policy, I think staff has done extensive, study of what other cities have done or what they're doing. And so, I think it's nothing that you should be so offended about. I think that they've done a lot of research for you, and it's before you. You can decide whatever you like. So really, I think the idea is just to give everybody else a chance and be inclusive. And that's what our city is all about. We're not just about we don't want to cater to one specific group. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you. It's going to be my turn. Before I start, I'd like to ask the city attorney or city manager, where's the decision to fly the Vietnamese, South Vietnamese flag for a week or a day?
It's a week.
It's a week, right?
I believe it's a week.
Yes. It's incorporated into the resolution that we had before for a week, right?
It was just, it's for a week for Black April.
From the 23rd to the
yeah.
end.
Yeah.
Okay,
Just Black April.
Just wanted to make sure that. Okay, to answer the question from, or comment from Councilmember Carlos. This is, we have, you know that the council is decided on case by case based on the cost and the casualty of the matter, okay, for the commemorative flags. It is very clear in the report here. You see, under California law, every city is required to fly the United States flag and the California state flag in a prominent location in front of the city-owned building. And with respect to the City Hall, this requirement is met by the 3 flagpoles located in the front of the senior center. It's very clear in the staff report. The second thing is, the 3 City Hall flagpoles have historically been used to fly the flag of the United States. The flag of the state of California and the city of Westminster flag also flown in the 3 City Hall flagpoles. Now, occasionally, the City Council has authorized certain commemorative flags to be flown for a very limited period of time. And that's where only the City Council can decide what flags will be flown. And based on what I just said earlier, based on case by case and decided by the council members. This is exactly what's going on, and we've been doing that. We have the process that we've been doing it for the certain flags, just like POW or the South Vietnamese flag flown during the Black April. So I don't see anything different than what you are asking for. So if it ain't broke, don't fix that. With that, I don't see that there's a need for us to come up with a policy when there is things already going on and it's historically already, follow. So at this point here, that's all I have, and I would like to entertain if there is any moment, any motion for that.
Mayor, can I have a moment to answer some of the issues that were brought up? I didn't read you, the council, the first part of the policy because I was assuming that council would have read the agenda at home. So, I mean, obviously, it states on here what you just mentioned. The policy, the flag policy, it states that about our state flag, our nation's flag, our POW's flags, it specifically spells out when they're supposed to be flown. So I didn't read those to council because I was assuming that you guys would read them. So that's the policy. That's the flag policy that's in the staff report. So that and then also it states on there how the council voted to approve the South Vietnamese flag for the week of Black April. So that's all in the staff report.
Correct.
And it states the actions of that council when those were adopted. So I didn't read those because I was assuming.
No, I don't need you to read for
So that's the policy. And the second part of the policy is the commemorative flag portion of the policy. So there's 2. And the commemorative flag policy part of it states that it's council's, those flags are per council's direction, as you just stated. That is in the staff report. So again, Councilmember Pham West and Vice Mayor didn't seemed like they didn't understand that part of it. And then some of the comments by both said that you were gonna, if you accepted these and if we let these other commemorative flags be flown, that we would be excluding other groups. Isn't that the complete opposite? If you deny other groups, that's excluding. Including means accepting and allowing other flags to be flown. Let me just read to council some of the flags that other cities have flown or do fly. For instance, Martin Luther King Jr. Day is for a limited time, as you stated. they're all limited times. They're not for permanent. They're all limited times. And there are enough days in the calendar of the year to fly commemorative flags, as each flag, and it's just like holidays, they all come every year for either a week, a month, or a day. The next one is Holocaust Remembrance Day. Okay. Next, they all come in sequence, from January through December. So the next in February is Black History Month. Then you have Women's History Month, or Women's Suffrage Victory Flag. Next, we have Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And then next, we have LGBTQ Pride Month. Then the Juneteenth.
Mr. Mayor.
Then Latino Heritage Month. Then after that is Indigenous People or Native American Heritage Month. So each one of these days, they happen just like every year. We have certain holidays of the year, just like Christmas, it comes every year. So there are enough days in the calendar to celebrate the diversity, not only in our city, not only in our state, but also in our nation. We are a nation of immigrants, right? And in this nation, unfortunately, we have a lot of anti-Semitism, a lot of hate, and by addressing and standing in solidarity with these groups that have been victims, that's saying that we stand against all kinds of hate. Just like we here in Westminster, we always stand and we always commemorate the horrors of the Vietnam War. That's just another group that we must and always will be make sure that we honor all the folks who gave their life for freedom and democracy, and all the folks who escaped and some perished on the way here on the land of freedom.
Okay.
So by saying that like Vice Mayor is saying that if we allow these, then we'll be excluding? No, by now allowing them is exclusion. So, I mean, you can't say one thing and this council is completely, everything you're saying is completely backwards and wrong. By previously, when another group a couple of years ago asked to fly their flag, that council said, if you say yes to this group, you're going to have to say yes to all of them. And then recently, this council, and rightfully so and justifiably so, approved the South Vietnamese flag, and with all reason, and we all voted to approve it. So how do you exclude all these other folks in our community and only one group in our community?
I think you are repeating yourself. I'd like to ask.
No, because you guys didn't understand the staff
you
report.
said that already, so I'd like to ask the Vice Mayor to respond to that, please.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you. You know what, Councilman Carlos Manzo, we as a council members, we all, read the report very carefully. You don't need to, to read for us, because that's just that's just a waste of time, for everybody. So if you don't have anything other to say, and then I would call for an.
Okay, hold on.
Well, I'll make my motion.
Hold on, I am trying to make my comment.
Okay.
Okay. As for commemorative flags, it clearly that the City Council can decide what flag to be flown. You have all the rights to propose what flags to be flown. It is the council decision to whether flying it or not. It's up to the council here. So that's all right. It is okay for you to go ahead and present it. So at this point here, let me ask you, you brought up this item, and now what do you want with that?
So first, we need to initiate a flag policy that we don't have that states.
I'd like to entertain the motion, if you have a motion to.
Yes, my motion is to make sure that we implement a flag policy stating our nation's flag, our state's flag, and then we also fly the POW flag, which is, I believe, is a Congress item that we must fly on those specific days, but we choose to fly them every day. And also, I propose that we adopt a commemorative flag policy, which states that council members can bring forth recommendations to fly a flag. And my recommendation for today on the commemorative flag portion of the policy is to adopt the days as the city of Riverside currently adopts. So that is my motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second to that?
I second that.
Okay, and I would say that, you know, we already stated it's under California law, and the city hall is already met with the 3 flagpoles located in the front of the senior center, as I mentioned earlier, as well as, you know, the council is going to decide case by case for the commemorative flags. So I think it's very clear. We don't need to do anything else at this point here. So my substitute motion is take no action for this item.
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion and second for the substitute motion. And it's motion by Mayor Nguyen and second by Councilmember West.
Yes, and that was to take no action. So
Take no action.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
No.
Councilmember Ho,
No.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 3-2 with Councilmember Monzo and Councilmember Ho voting no.
Okay, next is item 6.3, council policy for elected and appointed official and media advertisement. So this item brought up by Councilmember Kimberly Ho and seconded by Councilmember Carlos Manzo. So let me start out with Councilmember Ho.
Thank you. Previously, before the TED Parade,
I'm so sorry, before we go, it's past 7
Oh, yes,
o'clock.
I'm
We've
sorry
gotta-
about that. I meant to do that. So I
I'm so
move, I
sorry.
move to extend the time, send the time to complete their
I move to
items
extend.
on the agenda. Okay, we have motion by Mayor Nguyen to extend the time, and seconded by, I believe, by Councilmember Ho.
Yes. So
Thank you.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
All right, let me go back to Councilmember Ho.
Thank you. Okay, so let me continue, and this is 6.3. It's regarding council policy for elected and appointed officials and media advertisements. Well, I brought this on because I've been through the TED Parade, the grocery rebate program, and Black April ceremony, and so those events. And I had received a lot of phone calls from our residents. You know, anytime those 3 events, they're looking back, I didn't know anything. I didn't know how to reply to them, and I only guess what would, you know, the content of the advertisements through what they were saying to me. So that isn't good because, you know, here I am, I'm a council member, they're calling me and I have no idea what's being advertised. So not to put the blame, I don't want to put the blame back and forth. Today I just want to bring up this agenda simply to ask for, you know, to have a policy, some type of policy. And again, this is to make sure that we all know what's going on. We all know what's being advertised so that we can intelligently have, we could be informed for number one, be informed, and then inform our constituents. And, you know, and when they, especially when they call and ask questions. So I propose a policy, to have a policy, and number one, the policy should be that the ad should not highlight anyone on the council for obvious reasons. Everyone does not have to complete I mean, everyone here, we all, when we, you could see the result of the election. So, not to bring that back in any negative light, but basically it shows that, we don't all have 100% support of our community. So so when people oppose us, let's say if we highlight someone and that person is not liked by the community, then obviously that someone or that group and their affiliated groups will want to avoid coming to the event. And I hear from the TED Parade and the grocery rebate and the Black April just recently. Again, so then the second point I want to make, I propose would be the person who's authorized should be authorizing, I'm talking about the advertisement, should be the city manager to avoid anyone grandstanding him or herself or being self-serving. And that to me is very obvious, and it's very common sense. It's really not anything. I'm not trying to attack anybody with this policy. I just think there needs to be a policy, and these are the points that we should consider. Number 3 would be a copy of the ad should be filed with the city clerk. I mean, I think that's pretty standard request. So if somebody calls me or anybody, one of the council members, and if that person, someone else wrote the ad and I have no knowledge and I don't know what the content is, and that actually happened, then I would like to call the city clerk and say, hey, what ad is being run right now? So I'd like to know the content. Instead, I have to have someone sit by the radio or TV and track down the ad, listen to the ad, record the ad, and then report. By then, it would be too late. But that's really so inefficient, and it shouldn't be that way. And the fourth point I want to bring up is the city phone number should be on the ads. So let's say, I mean, I don't think it should be an individual person who wrote the ad, especially when it's an event. Clearly, it's a city event. I don't think anybody, if you're really honest about helping our city move forward, and if you want to, if it is a city event, then you should be putting the city phone number on the ad, just so people know who to call. Is there a phone number? What if they don't know any city council members' number to call? So obviously, there should be a city phone number. And if it's going to be a Vietnamese ad, well, we do have a secretary, Vietnamese secretary. You could use that number. And I like to hear what other city officials have to say about this. But, that's really my intention, is to have some kind of uniformity, some kind of policy, so that we can all, abide by.
Okay, Councilmember Menzo.
Thank you, Mayor.
Seconded it?
Yes, first I guess I have a couple questions. Well, maybe a statement, then a question. I mean, there has been a problem here in our city for a bit that, giving the false premise of, or false impression that certain folks are the ones who are responsible for putting on the event, and that's a big problem. The question I have for City Attorney is, giving somebody the impression or going out and saying that a certain council member or certain are responsible for putting on an event, and that event is being funded by taxpayers' money, is that legal?
Well, I think that's a difficult question. I think I'm not sure that's something that's actionable unless they're getting some kind of advantage out of it. Like a personal financial advantage. So, because politicians make statements all the time and, take credit for different things that they're doing, that maybe, the president takes credit for things that his cabinet and all these different departments do.
So you can't measure political gain as a measure of receiving something in return?
Yeah, obviously if there's a financial benefit coming to a council member that can be measured, it could constitute a gift if you could make that kind of connection.
Yeah, because I've been getting comments and people saying, well, we had a speaker, for example, a speaker at last meeting mentioned or thanked two council members that were not even on council at the time for giving them the grocery assistance card. And from what I hear is that they're getting that impression from certain council members who are saying that those came from them. So that's what I'm getting at. That's a political, I would say political, like they're getting new political support because somebody's like, oh, thank you, because of you, we got these. To me, that's a gain, that you're receiving something in return. Is that measurable?
I think every situation depends on the facts. I think you'd have to identify the very specific situation, what was said, what financial benefit was given to the council member as a result of it. If it's merely credit for something, that seems like it's probably not actionable.
Okay. Yeah, I guess in that light, we should have a set of rules that we should all abide by. If there's nothing written down, we should make a policy to make sure that we all follow that. I guess in essence, it's not illegal to not tell the truth. So, if somebody's out there misinforming the community, that's not illegal. It's unethical, but not illegal. So, I think it's reasonable that we have a set of a policy that states that what we can and cannot do. And it is reasonable that if it is a city event paid by taxpayer dollars, that we make sure that the phone numbers, if it's going to be advertised, that the phone numbers are city phone numbers, that city staff would be answering questions. We have a diverse city staff where we have multiple language speakers here in City Hall that we can answer. Because we do it all the time, correct me, don't we do that all the time? We have Vietnamese, Spanish speakers at different departments, so that's not the issue. So if you're going to have a number, you got to make sure it's a city number if it's a city event. So that's a reasonable thing to request. I just want to make sure that we're all playing by the rules and we're all doing the right thing. And let's just put what happened in the past, leave it in the past, and let's just move forward. Let's set a new policy and just move forward.
All right, thank you. Councilmember West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know what? I want to ask the audience, what country are we in? Maybe I'll ask the city manager, what country
Well, just
are we in?
go ahead and move on. We know where we are. we are here.
Okay, Christian, city attorney, may I
Right.
ask what country we're in, please?
United States.
Yes, America, thank you. That's a great answer. This is the land of the free and home of the brave. This is America. It's not a North Korea dictatorship. It's not a communist China. It's not a communist Vietnam. It's not a socialist Venezuela, where people are picking up trash to eat, to survive. We have the Constitution that protects our freedom of speech by Mr. Menzo and Ms. Kimberly Ho proposing the censorship of our pay advertisement. We pay for it when we go to do TED Parade announcement. We pay for it for other stuff. That's our own money. So I just feel like this is a special interest item, and we are in America. we should not be censored on what we pay to get the message out for the city. So, Mr. Mayor, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you,
If
Mr.
there's any
Mayor.
comments.
Okay. All right, I have a few words.
Okay, please.
I'm going to read it. Okay, Mr. Mayor and council members, I have read agenda item 6.3 as introduced by council members Ho and Manzo. And I thought that they are either trying to make comedians out of themselves or that they have lifted a page off a media policy from Vietnamese government in Hanoi. Either way, this agenda item would be a really bad joke if it is not so seriously misguided. Illegally in its objective, and also a blatant waste of taxpayers' funds and staff resources. This agenda item is nothing but a creation of petty jealousy and insecurity. Is the City Council now being asked to make policy based on second-hand information, rumors, and hearsay? Are these two council members asking us to create a new law to prevent free speech and prohibit wider distribution of information that are beneficial to Westminster residents? Sort of creating a media police to monitor and enforce this new policy, which sounded like something that we all fled from to get here. How is it legal to do this in the first place, not to mention being wise or sound? The staff report mentioned that Council members Ho and Council member Manzo have concern about various ads and audio clips providing misleading information or unfair and false narratives. That is nice to know, but where is the beef? Where is the beef? Now, show me which specific ad or audio clips, when were they aired, and where, and who was giving this so-called false information on air. Show me the proof. Where are they? Show me who said what, where, and when. That is so wrong that the City Council needs to pass a new policy. I don't want to hear about these so-called community members expressing concerns, which means nothing. I want to see and hear these specific audio clips and ads to judge for myself if there are any falsehood. I will not make policy based on petty emotions and on someone else's frustration. My two colleagues always talk about moving the city forward and ending the division on the council, but their words do not match their deeds. It is pathetic. I mean it. Not only this agenda item should be rejected out of hand, but be condemned for being anti-free speech and legally suspect. This is an easy no for me. It's best that Councilmember Ho and Manzo withdraw this agenda item before they further embarrass themselves. I yield back, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. It's going to be my turn. Councilmember Ho, I've been repeatedly told you for the last couple of meetings that stop being lying. Okay, stop being a liar. Stop going on air and lying things that is not out there. So do you think that I believe what you're talking about right now? No, nonsense. You said that you are not attacking any members of City Council, but you came up with unsubstantiated evidence. Where are the evidence? I agree with the Vice Mayor. Where are the beef? Where is the evidence? You said that you received a lot of calls. I don't get any calls. I don't get the staff coming back and tell me that they received calls. And where are the calls? Is that a make-up story? And I sure you did that. You come up with that. There's no doubt. Now, you said that you also conflicting yourself. You said you have no idea what advertised. If you have no idea of what advertised, then go find that out before you accuse any of your council member. Okay? You just said it earlier. You have no idea what the advertise was about. So go find out before you waste the city staff or city's time. Now, the city should not regulate the right to free expression of any city official or elected or appointed of their interaction with the community or any media outlets. You should know this by now, Councilmember Ho, after 6 years on this city council. Needless to say, city staff, including council members, should use it as a communication tool to disseminate information about the city's mission, activities, news, and services. It is the most effective working relationship with the media, whether it is television, radio, print, or blogs. It can enhance day-to-day work of an official and help in crisis situations. It is the best method of communication. Furthermore, it is a responsibility of a city staff and the city council members to publicize our city event every time that we have, whenever possible, to our resident and community members at large. And I did it earlier when we give the proclamation. I said it is responsible of every council member as well as public members to advertise that the Public Works open house that's coming up on the 20th, May 20th. Go ahead and publicize the event. And I encourage you to do so, please. Working with the media is an integral part of being an elected official. The relationship interdependent as elected officials need the media to amplify their voices and communicate to constituents. Furthermore, media needs local officials as an authoritative source of information. Interviews with local officials are an important source of information, just as attending public meetings and reviewing agency documents. Councilmember Ho repeatedly makes up stories, go on her YouTube channel and spread lies about this council body, including the lies that she said several times through various media that I interrupted.
City Attorney, are we supposed to be talking about something that is not on this agenda? If you want to talk about that, you have to agendize it.
This is something that we are talking about, what you are spreading the lies.
We're talking about advertisements, policy.
This is, yes, that this is what you said. And that what you said in the last meeting, that I paused the meeting for 20 minutes, that is lying. I am trying to prove that you are lying. So now, Councilmember Ho accused this council body of using the city event as to promote oneself. What are the evidences? Councilmember Menzo knows nothing about the lies you make, but blindly taken the motion. Councilor Menzo, for the sake of this community, for the chance to betterment of the city, I have mentioned to you that I am willing to work with you. You can fact check with me for what you don't know. I am more than happy to help you before you second the item to be agendized. That's my recommendation to you. It's up to you. I'm not saying that you have to do it, but this is my recommendation to you, and I'm offering my help to you. This will avoid you of being labeled as a pair of liars. Again, these plain, unsubstantiated accusations and try to implement an unnecessary policy to regulate the right to free expression of any city official, elected or appointed, of their interaction with community or any media outlet. This type of policy absolutely needs to be avoided. With that, I want to entertain the motion if there's any.
I would like a rebuttal.
Go ahead.
Okay, first, stop calling me a liar. You know, I really want to move this city forward, but you keep calling me a liar.
Yes.
So I'd like to hash it out. Excuse me.
I have the link.
You're talking out of turn, okay?
I have the link and I can prove it. It was
Hold on.
So I want to, first of all, I did record your ad and I will play it. Like I said, can you believe, people in the audience, people at home, can you believe, what is he talking about? This is what I'm getting for bringing on an advertisement policy, asking for a policy in advertising. And all I'm asking for is when you place an ad on the radio announcing, and I'm talking about the 30-second to 60, I believe it's like 30-second or 60-second commercial, that you put on air, and I'm merely asking, please provide the content with the city clerk, please put on the phone number so that people could call. Because if people don't know myself or people don't know your numbers, they wouldn't be able to call. And so that's all I'm asking. And this is what I get. Come on, if you're gonna be a—
Come on, go ahead.
Okay. So like I said, I did say, okay, I did preface by saying that I am not I don't want to put the blame or argue back and forth. I didn't even intend to play an ad that I recorded, okay? Your ad. But the thing is, here I'm asking a policy and then you're spitting it back in my face saying I'm a liar? And what is that all about when you are the ones who mislead the community over and over again, from the Tet Parade, calling it your own Tet Parade, the grocery rebate program, calling it your own program, that you gave the $100, and also lying to the people saying that I'm the one, and Carlos Manzo is the one who put a stop to that program. And we had to involve our staff to translate and to even announce, and then announce in, at our council meeting, and then you continue to lie. So please. And then the Black April, people calling me saying, yes, after they listened, they said, this is exactly what people ask. They want to avoid coming to our city event on Sunday. They did not know that's our city event because the advertisement only highlighted the 3 people here, and mainly Charlie Ching-Wen. And so they said, I don't want to come to Charlie's event. And I said, no, please, don't think it's Charlie's event. It is our city event. So, and then they said, no. I heard very loudly that it is Charlie's event. And so they said they want to come, is there another event that you know about on Saturday that I could go to? And this is not just one individual. This person knows hundreds of people. He's actually a leader in the community. As you notice, during the Tet Parade, this past Tet Parade, none of the Arvin groups came to the parade or participated in the parade for the same very reason. Okay, so because we wanted to avoid, okay, and I don't like to say they are avoiding Chi Charlie. I don't know if they're avoiding Nam Quang or Amy West or any of us, but the thing is, I know that myself, I didn't do an ad like that. I know for myself that there were ads out there and it highlighted Chi Charlie. And so I'm saying today, I was very cordial. I started out by saying that I do not want to argue back and forth. I only merely asking for a policy, ask the council to adopt a policy for our elected official. That includes myself and the appointed officials regarding media advertisements. And then you start going at and call me a liar?
Yes.
Okay.
Because
okay, you know what? I'm not done talking. It's still my turn. So I just want to say that, okay, as I said, you could have done it by mistake, but like I said, I wasn't going to argue back and forth. I was only asking for a policy and suggesting a few points. And if I may repeat, point number one, tell me if I'm being unreasonable, that the ad should not highlight anyone on the council for the obvious reason we all don't have 100% support from our community. That includes myself. So I'm asking that let's not mislead the community to think that the event that is paid by our city is an individual event, while it's not. Number two is the person who is authorized to review, a neutral party like a city manager. I'm not asking that myself, I am to review, okay? To avoid anyone grandstanding his or herself or being self-serving. And that is also to benefit the community so that there should not be any grandstanding or should not be any misleading information. And then I said, a copy should be on file with the city clerk. I didn't say a copy should be on file with me. Should be with the city clerk so that everybody could ask. Ask the city clerk, don't ask me. And then I said, the fourth point was a phone number. I didn't say my own phone number. I said a city phone number. So what did I say that is so unreasonable? So if you want to continue to lie to your constituents or you want to mislead your constituents, is that why you're balking this request? Well, you know, I just want to play the ad that you ran that misled everybody. So here it is. Just my luck, right? It's not running.
Oh, no.
Excuse me.
Quý đồng hương, với cơ quan truyền thông báo chí thay mặt cho nhân viên và hội đồng thành phố, chúng tôi trân trọng kính mời quý vị bất chút thời giờ đến tham dự lễ tưởng niệm Quốc khánh 30 tháng 4 tại tượng đài chiến sĩ Việt Mỹ đúng 10 giờ sáng Chủ nhật ngày 30 tháng 4. Cũng như mọi năm, kể từ khi nghị quyết do nghị viên Charlie Nguyễn Mạnh Trí đưa ra năm 2019 và được Hội đồng thành phố thông qua, từ đó thành phố đã trao cờ rủ Việt Nam Cộng Hòa vào tuần cuối của tuần lễ tháng 4 đen ngày 23 tới hết ngày 30 tháng 4 và thực hiện nghi lễ tưởng niệm vào đúng ngày 30 tháng 4 hàng năm tại tượng đài chiến sĩ Việt Mỹ. Đặc biệt năm nay, thành phố cũng sẽ treo cờ vàng rũ tại trụ sở chính trước tòa thị sảnh của thành phố theo đề nghị của Phó Thị trưởng Nam Quan Nguyễn và nghị viên Amy Phan West. Năm này 30 tháng 4 sẽ vào Chủ nhật. Thời gian này rất thuận tiện để chúng ta cùng tham dự. Hãy tham dự để cùng cầu nguyện cho quê hương Việt Nam và tưởng nhớ đến các anh linh chiến sĩ và đồng minh đã hy sinh cho nền tự do tại miền Nam Việt Nam trước 1975. Tưởng cũng nên nhắc, tới nay chỉ có duy nhất chính quyền thành phố Westminster tổ chức lễ tưởng niệm Quốc khánh 30 tháng 4 hàng năm. Chúng tôi kính mong được sự tham dự đông đảo của quý vị. Trân trọng, Charlie Nguyễn Mạnh Trí, thị trưởng thành phố Westminster.
Yes. So what's wrong with that?
Okay. So as I said, you highlighted yourself and you mentioned about 2019, and then you only mentioned yourself. And so, you know, you yourself cannot pass the resolution to do that, right?
Did I say that I initiate that and
Well,
then it's
you mentioned only yourself.
approved by?
And that's what I'm saying.
Hold on,
All I'm saying, no, I'm saying that number one is do not highlight any one person. So in that ad, you highlighted yourself, and you highlighted Nam Quang and Amy West. And so I'm just saying that I was not going to play this ad or be back and forth with you. I was just going to ask you to adopt a policy where we all abide by the policy. It's not about taking your right or your freedom of speech or anything. I cannot control what you say on your maybe talk shows, but I think this announcement has really, misled everybody, a lot of people. So that's all I'm saying. So please, if you want to move this city forward and not just, if you're just, I know you've said it so many times that you want to move forward, your actions
Yes,
do not.
it's my desire
your
to move.
actions do
It's
not
my
match what you
desire to
said.
move the city forward, but I can't take on any lines, any unsubstantiated.
Your own lies. You've only had your own lies.
And
You've
let me tell
only-
you,
so please.
the ad that we just, let's say on last Sunday, it's a very crowded event where we did, we put all the effort to publicize the event. I never said that this event is my event. It is an event that the city put up, and I invite everybody to come. And let me tell you, okay, this Friday at 6 p.m., turn on the TV, and we'll hear that I will advertise about the Public Works Open House. And on Saturday at 4 a.m., 7 a.m., and 11 p.m., go ahead and turn on VBS TV to listen to what I will advertise about the event that the city put up. There is no problem for us to advertise the city event.
Just tell the truth. Don't highlight
It's-
yourself.
well,
Don't mislead the community.
Let me tell you, is
The
it the
community
truth?
will avoid coming because of you. So please, those who don't support you, they don't want to come see you. So just say it's a city event so that everybody could
Let me
come.
ask you-
Those who are opposing me, they could come. Those opposed you, they should come too.
Okay,
So that's all I'm saying.
Clearly, on the audio
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
He didn't highlight himself.
Can I ask one at a time, please? I know that I asked Councilmember Menzo for me to go ahead and rebut. I did rebut, and it's not your turn now, and then Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember West. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple points. I think listening to Councilmember Ho and Mayor Nguyen, I think both of you guys made some really good points. I think the request that Councilmember Ho is making is not unreasonable. A lot of the comments that the mayor made as far as communication with their community, yes, it is, and he is correct about the communication with our community, our council members. We highlight and we promote city events, and that is part of something that we should do for sure. So he is right there. But the thing that what it is that we are a government agency, and we perform everything we do. It needs to be policy based. That's why I don't think it's unreasonable. Having a policy is not censorship. It's just setting the ground rules, and Mary, you know this, ground rules of what we can and cannot do. That's what policy is, and I have no objections to some of the things that you were saying, and I don't have objections to some of the things that Councilmember Ho was saying. So I think both of you guys have good points. My thing is, from this moment forward, let's set the policy and move forward. Let's just that's how we have to operate. The next point I want to make is when you mentioned that to come check with you at bar as far as before I second it. The reason that I have to second it is not because I chose. I think it was perfectly fine and move our city forward, that each council member has the right to place an item on the agenda, but this council adopted a new agenda policy that it takes a motion, it takes a second to get something on the agenda. To me, that's not the right way to do it. if I bring some of the issues that I bring forward, I highly doubt it that I'm going to get a second from any of you three. So, and I always look and see what Councilmember Hose asked me for what it was, and I thought it was reasonable, and I have to second in order for her to get her agenda item on here, and I had to find a second for mine. So, come on, I'm not. So
Oh,
I don't appreciate that comment because it's not by my choice.
You
The
can talk to me. I would love to talk
I know,
to you.
I'm still not done.
No.
The second point I want to make is that I do not want to be, and maybe you can highlight this, I do not want to be, and I've been trying my darndest to not be part of the division in the Vietnamese community. I'm getting torn both ways from different factions in the Vietnamese community, that if I vote this way, and all of a sudden I'm siding with that person. If I vote that way, that's not me. You're right, I don't know. I get comments, I do get emails, and I do get calls, and then when I come to a city event, some folks come up to me and ask me these questions. So that's where I hear it from. And the comment that Vice Mayor made about that the community is not, it doesn't matter. Well, yes, it does matter. That's how we need to listen to the community input, community concerns, in order for us to know what's out there, what we need to work on. I'll give you an example. There was some shootings earlier, and I got calls from different community members expressing their concerns with the safety of our schools. That community is out there calling me and asking me to react, to listen to them. Of course I have to listen to them. That's my job. That's what we were elected to represent the concerns of our residents. Yes, residents are important. So what I'm saying is, let's set a policy so we know the rules and move forward. That's not unreasonable.
I would like to ask Councilmember West and Vice Mayor Nguyen for me to rebut Councilmember Menzo, if you will.
Okay, so number one.
Let me
Go ahead.
finish it. You know, having a policy, it's a good thing, but based on unsubstantiated evidence, to put up a policy, a nonsense policy, is just a waste of time. And what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to let you know that I am always available. And if you have any doubt, we can always check with me, and I can give you the facts. Instead of, based on the unsubstantiated evidence and put up an item for a policy, I don't think it's the right thing to do. That's all I have. Let's go back to, I think, Vice Mayor Nguyen first before Councilmember West. You're back to Councilmember West.
Thank you. Not a problem. So number one, Mr. Menzo, you can talk to me anytime, okay? On any item, okay? Welcome. Open doors. Okay, Ms. Kimley, I just feel like what you just shared to the audience is in Vietnamese, the English-speaking community don't really care about this infighting of the Vietnamese people, to be honest with you. That's why I get a lot in my first district. Ms. Ho, you keep saying that you only put this item on the agenda to discuss about adopting the policy, not to attack anyone. But the staff report I'm reading, it basically it's attacking. And Ms. Ho, you're calling certain council member lies, so that's why misrepresent false information. And saying that we need a policy to stop what we're doing. It's a personal attack. Let me read the staff report to you, this right here. For example, community member have reported hearing advertising spot where the grocery rebate program, Tet Parade, the Black April ceremony, in which false information was presented. That's your opinion. Such as naming specific people and organizer of the event or that event or program belong to. These statements were not authorized by the city in this advertisement for I. So basically you're saying, number one, you accuse us false information, then we are lying, basically. It's not, basically in this study, your staff statement, it's not only asking for a policy, but you're saying we're lying. That's why we need this.
And
And where's your evidence and proof on that?
Okay, you
And
want
I want to ask, is it staff report put up by the city staff or city manager? Or
Christine
are
Gordon.
you directed to put
Like
it
in
up?
terms of what?
In terms of the whole report right there, you said community members. Did you hear it from the community members?
So whenever a council member asks for staff, which it's myself, city attorney, someone else to write a staff report, it's really in the tone and the direction of the council members that's requesting the report.
Okay.
Okay,
Very clear.
may I answer?
I think
Okay.
we need to go with the vice mayor first.
All right.
Oh, you're done with it? Okay, so
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay, so I do believe that night when I received the phone call from the said person, I gave that specific example earlier regarding Black April event. I proceeded to connect to the city manager. I believe I was able to connect that person to you because I did not have any clue of what was being said or what's being advertised. So I truly and honestly felt that, okay, I had no idea what he was talking about, and I wanted him to hear directly from our city manager. Number one is to see if there's an advertisement out there and what the content was. And number two was to also let him hear that it was not Chi Charlie's event, okay? And that's what he alleged, that it's Chi Charlie's event. I do not want to come to see Chi Charlie. And so our people are going to go elsewhere. And I said, no, no, no. And so why don't I connect you to our city manager so you can confirm that? And so that night I connected the two of you, and a three-way. So that was, I said, you know, it had to be based on some experience. It's not like all of a sudden I brought this forth. And like I said, I'm not here to argue. I'm here to merely bring on a policy that is needed to avoid something like this. And especially in the middle of the night at 7 p.m., 8 p.m., when, you know, the only person that I think that if something were on file, I'm talking about the 30-second or 60-second short commercials. That's just what I needed to be on file, but I'm not talking about your entire talk show, if you could understand me, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not talking about your talk shows that you need to file. I'm just talking about some announcements.
Yes.
I'm referencing announcements because I'm thinking that, okay, that while that might be an isolated incident that's already in the past, you know, in the future, you will have many more announcements. So we would appreciate to hear so we could be defending you or defending our city or whoever it may be. So I'm not trying to, this is just an example so you understand fully why it was even brought forth. That's it. But as I stated, I didn't bring this on to pick a fight or I want to have a policy so that you and I and the rest of the council could follow. All this time, we did not have a policy, and I think it's not about just, okay, well, exactly what is the policy? Very simple, the 4 bullets I mentioned, and I said I would entertain whatever else anybody have, you know, if you have any more suggestions. That's it.
You are very correct in terms of I went on air and have my talk show about it, and also that I have the announcement or invitation. But none of them say that I am the one who organized this event. None. I can absolutely tell you that. Whoever tell you that I am the organizer is their prerogative. You have to check the fact. And the fact that you just read, tell me where that I said it in there as an organizer.
Well, as I said,
now,
it misled the community when your name is only one mentioned, when it really takes at least 3 votes. And back then, it took 5 votes, and we did all And I myself also voted for that in
And-
2019. But of course, you conveniently left out my name and others, just so you can highlight yourself. And I think my point, it's really, I was on point when I said, don't highlight anybody, because this is a city event that includes everybody. Don't highlight yourself, because 30
Yeah,
seconds and 60 seconds goes very fast. So when people hear that, it really is, you know who's at a disadvantage? Our entire city.
So at this point
It hurts our
here,
entire city because people
I
just don't come.
move to call for a question.
Well, we need a motion, a second, before we can do
Yes,
that.
I agree with that.
Let's stop this, we're not going to get it anywhere. I have a quick question for City Attorney. Do other cities have a policy that kind of resembles something like this? Do you know?
You know, I'm, off the top of my head, I don't have an answer to that question.
Is
Yeah,
it so-
It's possible they do. I think to the degree that what you're trying to do is control a council member as to how they promote on their own time, that's the difficulty, I think, that I'm hearing. And you can't really, for First Amendment reasons, stop a council member from saying different things. If they're promoting, yes, if it's a city event, it's a city event, that should be clear. But as I said before, council members all the time promote different things.
Okay, so for the sake of being professional, is it unreasonable to request that the staff look into if there is other agencies that have a policy similar to this? And if so, bring a report back, say we found, this city that has this, and, just.
Okay, at
report
this
back to
point
us.
here, I'd like to entertain the motion. If not, then I will call for questions.
Well, my motion is to have staff research if there's other agencies that have a policy similar to this request, and just bring it back and inform us if so. And then we deal with it.
Is there a second to that?
I second that.
Okay, I'd like to make a substitute motion. Take no action on this one.
I second it.
Okay, we have a substitute motion to take no action on this item. So, roll
We
call,
already
please.
know you're going to do that.
All right.
Okay, so that motion was made by Mayor Nguyen and seconded by Councilwoman Van West, and that was to take no action. Councilwoman Van West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
No.
Councilmember Ho? No. Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Motion carried 3-2 with Councilmember Ho and Councilmember Monzo voting no.
All right. So next is, I lost my, okay, next is
AB 1, 2.
AB 1234, and let me start with Councilmember West.
Thank you. It's so amazing that this month we celebrate, of course, our law enforcement, which, we are so grateful for them to, patrol our city and put their lives on the line always. And like I said again, you guys are like family to us, and we appreciate you. And we're so thankful that next week we can celebrate you guys. Also with Public Work, you guys do an amazing job, Jake. Thank you so much. You guys always come through. So the people of First District really appreciate all you guys do. So I inform them all the time. They love it. I hope we get to, Christine said we will be acknowledging our veteran, POW. So I'm very excited for that proclamation coming up in the next council meeting. But it's just kind of bother me when I present the Sacramento bill that affects us locally here. And the two council member always say, why am I wasting staff time? And yet they want the staff to go back on their item 6.3 and do research. With my agenda of the bill AB 742 and all the bills that I presented, I did tons of research. And I give it to the city attorney and the staff to craft it up with all those information. So the thing is that I do the research. It takes me weeks to study up on those bills. There's tons of bills. There's 2,500 different bills in Sacramento now that you
bring
guys
them
can
all?
choose any of those bills to present it to the council here so we can
Understand.
vote and protect our city, protect our resident, and giving our police the tool to do their job. That's what we can do as elected official. Remember that. We were elected to fight for the people, the resident, and stand with our staff and law enforcement. And that's our job. And don't ever forget that we fight for local control. And that's what we need to do. And guys, I thank you so much for all you guys listen. I know it is 11 something already. And thank you for joining us in this council today meeting. So I really appreciate all you guys do. Keep up the good work and move our city forward. And God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Councilmember West. Next is Councilmember Manzo.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I want to echo Councilmember West's sentiments as far as our PD and our Public Works Department. Thank you guys for all you do. You know how much we care about you. Next, I want to wish all moms a happy Mother's Day. So hopefully all moms out there get to enjoy, book some free time for just peace and quiet for yourselves, but also maybe blend in just a little bit of family time in there. I know that might be a little difficult to find that peace and quiet, but hopefully you do. Next, I want to thank our police department, our chief, for going, above and beyond in coordination with our Westminster School District and hearing the calls of our community as far as the concerns of the active shooter situations that we've been having in our country. So thank you for going above and beyond. I know sometimes it just seems like, oh, is it worth it? But it is, because you guys did a great job. Sergeant Anil, he's a pro, just full of information. He has a good way of delivering that. So it's really important. And in the audience, we have our president of Westminster School District, David Johnson, who also did a great job. So thank you for that. And Westminster School District, right, currently they're hitting a bunch of home runs right now, because they also were able to open up a boutique at Mears, and that was a 3-year in the making, to be able to offer clothing and hygiene kits and all sorts of equipment and stuff that our residents they can use. So that's the next thing they did was obviously the active shooter program, that they put on a good demonstration full of information. And then the other thing that they've been doing was recently, DeMille Elementary, they were awarded the CAB Award for Seal of Excellence in the year 2023 for their dual immersion program in Vietnamese. And it was also, I think, he also awarded Jameson Power for initiating that, and with the team that was in place at the time. I think that is only fitting that Westminster School District led that effort in the dual immersion, being that Westminster here, we were the ones that championed and ended segregation in our schools. So I think Westminster School District is doing a lot to keep the legacy of being the first in fighting for our community. And I'm proud to be part of that, be here in the city with a great school district like that. What else did I have? Also, another thing that Westminster School District is hitting out of the park is that they approved to fund a school resource officer, and our chief has been working with the school district to be able to accomplish that, and they will be starting next month, right? So they're really doing some great things over there. So they're being proactive, they're listening to the community, and I hope that we can take a page from what they are doing over there. And so thank you, President Johnson, for all you do. And also thank you, I already said it, but thank you for organizing that event. Next, I know she's gone. She was a smart one. Ashton, for a new city clerk, she's home getting some, some much-needed sleep. So welcome to her. And I also want to congratulate again, Abby, for your accomplishments and being certified. So congratulations on that. So that's all I got. And thank you, staff, for being here, putting up with us. Thank you.
Okay, next is Councilmember Ho, District 3.
Well, there's nothing left to say.
Okay, thank you.
No, I'm going to say something, though. I mean, you pretty much covered everybody and thanked everybody. So I would like to, echo that, those sentiments. But I want to first say, just want to continue with that thought. President David Johnson, I just want to acknowledge your presence tonight. And the Westminster School District is very lucky to have you. And I know you came today, we didn't get to speak, but I came to the event last night and was able to listen to some of what you had to say about school shooting and how to prevent and protect our kids. And I can't even begin to recap what you said, but I hope one day you'll be able to present or repeat to a bigger crowd, perhaps. Maybe you could come here. So that everybody, all the parents at home could feel at ease when they hear that you've got everything covered and that you're thinking of their kids. And with everything that you've got going and everything that you've done that I've seen so far, with the Mears Elementary School, the school boutique, of course it doesn't just serve the Mears school, but from what I understand, anybody could come to that boutique, even outside of that school, to shop. And when I say shop, it's actually for free. They can pick up anything they want, which is so amazing. So with everything you've got going, it's no wonder you don't want to leave your position. And I thank you for continuing to serve. And so next I'd like to say, I don't think anybody's mentioned Green Ribbon Mental Health Month. So I know some of us wearing our green ribbon. I forgot mine today. But that is, mental health is really an illness. And so I think I'd like to also acknowledge that it is Green Ribbon, and we'd like to, think of those who have mental health and see how we can help, assist in helping them. I know that some of them, they don't just check themselves into the hospital, but if we could help get them the assistance that they need, I think that is how we all could pitch in. And then the next thing I want to say is I know tomorrow is Senior Center's Mother's Day celebration. Tell me if I'm wrong. I'm right? Yes? So, yeah, I'm right. So I hope to see y'all at 11:30, I believe. The party starts, and one of my favorite singers and everybody else's favorite as well is going to be there. So hope to see y'all there, and even if you're not a mom. So with that said, the last thing I want to say is congratulations, and I know that you've achieved a milestone, and just want to acknowledge that, and also, what else? And our city clerk, our new city clerk. Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, first of all, this is what I mentioned to our ACM, but I don't know if he have a discussion with Vanessa or not. But this is my suggestion. Next time, if council members or the mayor participate in any city program, visiting the senior center, please introduce us, so we don't feel like we don't know anything there, So I feel very awkward, being there, just sitting there, or standing there. So that's what I suggest you to do. And the second thing is, when I read 3.3, item 3.3, I am very happy that our police department finally worked out with the Westminster School District, which is represented by President David Johnson here. It's a very good program. And one special thing that I pay attention to is, because I'm a businessman, you know, we pay attention to the money. Okay, I'm very happy that you come to an agreement with the Westminster School District that Westminster School District is going to pay for our police department for the 3 officers that we going to allocate to them. Very good one. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I want to second all the councils. I want to thank you all for being here until this minute here. I think it is late in the night. Thank you, all department heads and, you know, police chief for being here too. First, I want to take this opportunity to thank, together with the city staff and city council, again, together with the city staff and city council, I want to thank people from the community that came out for the Black April 30th event. And also, I would like to thank for those organizations and sponsors the event, and for those who joined in the event with their grief, and to honor the sacrifice of those who fight for the freedom before 1975, and that included 58,000 American soldiers. So I want to thank you all for making that event successful. Of course, Director Vanessa Johnson, and along with city manager and ACM, and I know that you did put in a lot of work there. Second, I want to remind you, here is again, I want to publicize the event, and I want to make sure it's successful. I want to ask for those of you are not here, if you attend the meeting to Zoom, I would like to invite you to come to the open house on May 20th, put up by the city, put up by the Public Works. And I think that it's better for each one of us to visit and to enjoy the event. As I know that Public Works Director Chikno and then all those members of the Public Works been doing a good job for that last year, and they try to do it better this year. So I encourage every one of you to come out. Third, I would like to report about the conference that I went last week. This is for SCAC, and some of you may wonder what is the SCAC. It is every 4 years, the Southern California Association of Government, and abbreviation SCAGU, and pronounced as SCAC, updates its visionary plan and for the future of the region. The strategies outlined in this plan is to affect how everyone in Southern California lives, works, and play. And I was there with representatives from all participating cities from all over Southern California. And I could say that I learned a lot, which it's opened my mind, it's opened my eyes so that I can have plenty of things that I can work with staff, work with the city council to move this city forward. So I want to thank for the opportunity to go there and to attend the event and to learn and to share with you all. With that, I like to go ahead and adjourn the meeting. The next regular meeting will be held on May 24th, 2023 at 4 p.m. I want to, if you look at the agenda, it's a special meeting for purpose of study session will be held on Wednesday, May 17th at 2 p.m. It's no longer no longer scheduled. So it's going to be scheduled for May 24 at 4 p.m. And after that, we will have a 6 p.m. Meeting, regular meeting right here. So meeting adjourned. Thank you very much.